Y'all listen up. Here's the story about a little guy who lives in the world day in. And he sees it's just blue. Like him, inside and out. Booba dooba dooby 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 dee dee boo 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 dee boo. I'm tired. Hi, Twitch. The mic's working. That's good. So, I guess I'll talk about that. Last stream, the mic just cut off. It wasn't muted or anything. It just, I don't know. I actually have no idea what happened because I haven't really messed with it. I guess, I mean, the cord's sometimes loose in the back. Maybe that was it, or I don't know. Whatever it was, it just like, it decided it wasn't gonna work with OBS anymore and went on strike about two-thirds through my stream. So I lost like an hour and a half, somewhere around there. And I ended up having to like download that video because I didn't want to like upload that. And I just trimmed that section off the last YouTube video. If it's on Twitch, well, it's just muted for a really long time. I think I was mostly talking about when it got muted. I was doing fonts, and then I went from fonts to, well, we'll look at that here in a sec. But oh, I've done a lot of things. I kept working on it even after I cut off my stream. I was thinking about fonts and how to like implement them into the game. I was doing some like talking with people on Discord to figure out what's been going on with like why is my game, or why does Game Maker Studio keep like rebuilding the texture pages every time I change an object sprite image. Apparently that's a known bug. It's something that happened on previous versions. I did a complete full clean install of Game Maker Studio. And then since the last stream, there's been another update, so I did another update. But it seems like it's still happening. I did a bug report. Maybe that'll have some effect. It probably has something to do with the fact that I'm still on Windows 7 or something. I don't know. Usually what I imagine it is. So it's annoying. It's not super annoying for this game, because this game's not that bad. It's a couple minutes wait for it to like load. But when I get to Geyser, I really hope the problem's fixed, because there's no way I can wait like 12, 15 minutes every time I change an object or create an object. Ridiculous. Okay, so other than that, let's just look at this real quick. Right now I've been messing with like my saving and loading scripts. I didn't have them inside of Gravitas, but this is my old Gazoo scripts. I just drug them out because I didn't really have them in a text pad, and I've been just kind of going through them, figuring out what I'm doing for saving and loading. The fonts, I got my font. This is what I had before. This Open Dyslexic 3. I ended up putting it in. This is the one I went with. I had a couple of them, but I think this one looks pretty good. And then from what I found out from reading online, if you want to have like different sizes and stuff, I really thought you changed this through code, but apparently no, you just create different fonts at the sizes and the type, the style that you want, and just name them what they are. So I have an ODLX 30, an ODLX 28, and a 14. So far I've been using 28 and 30 a lot. I haven't used the 14 yet, but I'll change it if I need to. I think 14 should be about normal size. Might be too small, I don't know. So that's how I did the fonts. Pretty easy. Actually, it's super easy. Like once you download a font, and I think I mentioned this yesterday, but Open Dyslexic's a free font you can get online. But once you download a font, you just right click on it and hit install. Like it's a Windows, if you're on Windows at least. Windows just like installs it to its list of fonts, and then it's on your computer for any sort of program you use. So Game Maker Studio just pulls straight from your computer's fonts. I don't really know the copyright rules for most fonts. I feel like a lot of them are really fine to use. But like I said, I don't really know. At least this one I know for a fact that because I've seen the license that it's completely open. Should be. I hope so. I mean, it is. Dog doing her thing every time when I start streaming. So annoying. So yeah, that was the fonts. Then when I was creating this title room. So I've got most of it done, and I'll show you that in a second. But I was having a lot of problems. Yeah, this part of the video definitely got cut off. Trying to figure out like where things go and if it's still in here. Look at this real quick. No, it's gone. Let's see. Right. My mic's still working, right? Okay, good. I'm gonna be paranoid about my mic getting turned off. I wonder if I drop this like right here, I'll be able to actually see it. No. I really need a second one. I've got a computer screen that's big enough to be considered 4 monitors, but I sit far away from it, so I don't know. If I had like a little small monitor right here, that would be awesome, but I can't afford it. I had a small TV at one point. I should have just used it. I think I ended up like giving it away because I wasn't using it anymore. That's dumb. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Here's what I'm talking about. This actually I got an object for this testing, or did I delete it? There it is. Object 166. Right, so this is what title screen is supposed to be like, where these buttons are, and then it has the text inside the buttons. And this is just like, this one's pretty basic, but once I start doing like where the text goes on screen, or like in the options menu, there's gonna be a whole bunch of text, and you got to figure out where all that goes. And I was just wondering, like, how in the world do I get everything where it goes? Like, how do normal people do it? And what I'm looking at, a lot of people just go with like the trial and error approach, right? They put it where they think it goes, at the size they think it needs to be. They hit play, they run it, and they look at it, and then they go, okay, it needs to go down 6 pixels, and they move it down 6 pixels. Then they look at it, and it's like, okay, it's got to go down another 6 pixels. Still not centered, And that's what I was doing for a little bit, and I was like, this sucks. There's got to be a better way. I was thinking about it. I was like, oh, there's a much easier way to do it in code. It's important to do it in code because if I want to do like localization, or if I want to do special effects on the fonts, I can't just do it in Clip Studio and export it. I wanted it to be in code. So I'll show how that works. We'll look at what I've got, but first I gotta get rid of this. As long as I got the right thing. So okay, I'm gonna get, because it's in. All right. So let's look at what I got. Oh God, it's got to build a texture group. Well, what I was talking about. Well shoot, now what do I talk about? So I was doing my saving and loading thing. That's what we're going to start doing after I show this stuff off. The title screen. I got most of the title screen done. I kind of got to the point where I was on the options menu, where I was on the either the options menu or like different save states, load states. So I was like, okay, I really need to get like the options menu and that figured out before I can finish the title. But the title's mostly done. It's say like 80% or something. I'm pretty happy with it. Everything I got on there. It's got like a lot of movement and stuff. We'll see. Have the title drop in from the top. And I think I might have had that on stream yesterday. The window comes in from the bottom. I found a place to put the quit button. I used the window that comes in from the bottom, and I had it shoot off from the right. Another version of it that just kind of pops out a little bit, and it's just big enough to where I can fit like a quit button, and that works okay. I used a shader for that, or drawing the surface, something like that, and it looks pretty good. I'm happy with it. A lot of what I was doing was just there's a lot of, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but like UI and menu stuff, there's a lot of things you just don't think about when you're doing it, but once you start doing it, you're like, okay, this is supposed to work like this. And it'll be easier to go over when we see it. But yeah, there's a ton of stuff where I'd just play it for a bit and I'd be like, okay, that's a problem. It should do this. So I had to keep going back out, make a little change, then mess with it again, and then, okay, that's like not supposed to, I don't know, UI design. It's pretty fun. It's interesting. It's a lot of stuff I haven't really messed with, but yeah, it's just like, how does a menu work, and how does it work like really effectively and not be all janky? I'm pretty happy with what I. This is gonna take forever. We're already at 2.5 minutes to load. So yeah, in here, what I'm doing is I'm figuring out everything that I need to save, and I'm splitting up like what is an options menu kind of thing, what is a just normal game thing that doesn't really have to be saved, and then what's an option that has to be saved. And if you don't know, your global variables are kind of like the things you save. So I mean, some games have like really in-depth like saving systems, but most games it's just like ones and zeros for how things work. Okay, so let's hit 3. You should be able to see this. This is my title menu. I put a Flecko. Oh, I've never shown Flecko. He's a quirk that's in the game. And yeah, he kind of behaves like this. He follows the player around, but I made it to where this is like a Flecko that works on the title screen, and he just follows the mouse around. In the game, he actually fights enemies and picks up meteorite fragments and brings them to you like this. I gave him a little toy that he brings in the title screen, and he'll just kind of like drop it off, and you can actually pick this up and like move it over here. And he just like, it goes around, it plays fetch, he does little like loop-de-loops and stuff. Anyway, but the thing I was talking about where, how do you find where you put your font easily? It's just to make an object that follows the mouse around. And on that object, you have it display the X coordinate and the Y coordinate. See how I got X on the left, Y coordinate on the right. And then I can see where my font is. I can see like where my button needs to go. So that's how I kind of like set up exactly where I wanted things to go. And then I just took the coordinates and wrote them down. 361, 903, with like the next one, wherever it goes. And usually to get them to line up, they'd just be on the same Y coordinate, right? 903, but this one's at 752, right? So by doing this, I was like, okay, that's the smart way to do it if you're going to do it through code, is you just make a little object, follows your mouse around, and tells you where it's at, where the coordinates are. Okay, so on this screen, I got rid of the surface, so there's no surface on the top anymore. And when I did that, one reason I did that is because it wasn't unnecessary, but it also kind of interferes with the dolphin. So I just got rid of the top. But because I did that, I got the extra couple screens from like the C stages in here as well. So there's 9 different title screen stages. When I hit reload, you'll see how the like menu comes on screen. The title screen will come down, the window on the bottom will rise up, and you'll see the quit window like come out of the side. So like that. Pretty neat. The dolphin is supposed to be something that is rare. Probably like 1 in 20, 1 in 25 is what I'm thinking. So it might just happen on the game. I like quirks like that, little rare quirks that might appear to where it's like, oh, that's cool, you can play with the dolphin. But right now he's on like, he's got like a 90% chance or something of spawning. So yeah, it's just kind of how this works, where you get all these different backgrounds. How the menu comes out, the quit button comes out. So the way this menu works, it works on the arrow keys, left and right. It cycles through the right. Basically, each one of these is like, it's a variable. I'll show the code in a bit. So the code's kind of like confusing and messy, but I'll try to make sense of it. If you've gotten this far in my videos, and if you watched the ones before this, you should have an idea of what I'm talking about. But basically, this is a variable. It's like whatever the title window selection is, right? So it goes like title selection 1, 2, 3, 4. And it starts off, when it comes out, it starts at 0. And once it gets to where it is, it'll go to 1. So you see it like switches to 1 on. When you go to 2, it goes 2, 3, 4. And once you get to 4, you press it and it goes over. Same thing the other way. All right. The size of the font is 28. And it's in gray. And then when I select it, it goes to 30. I offset it by like 10 pixels so that it kind of stays in the same place. I just had to eyeball that, and it turns white. So it just kind of pops out a little bit. That's something I had to do. The buttons are always there, but they're set to like a 0 alpha level. And once you select them, the alpha turns on. It becomes set alpha to 1. So they just suddenly appear. All right. It has a nice look to it. This is just something I noticed looking at other people's UI. That's how they kind of do it. So yeah, all that works good. So mouse also works. So if you just like enter a button, it will select it. So basically whatever button you enter, it'll just automatically go to that one. And I like to say my my UI actually works better than Skyrim. So, you know, that's impressive. Because I can select something and I can still use the keyboard and it doesn't mess up the selection. But if I click on it, it still selects it. Isn't that amazing? It doesn't work like that in Skyrim. You have to download a mod to fix it. So yeah, when you click something, it pulls out this new list that just kind of rises up. And the same thing works, and you just kind of like, it locks this one. So you can't select anything in here anymore. Even if I click on these, they don't do anything, right? I can't quit, I can't do anything. So now I have to select one of these options. I set a cancel button to be either escape, which closes the menu, or you can just right click to close the menu. Something that I like, this is one of those nuanced things that I didn't think about. Imagine your like mouse is here, you decide you want to close that window and start a new game. Well, the way this works is it doesn't select it unless you go in there with your mouse, right? So if I selected this, but my mouse is already inside of this object and I closed it, it wouldn't actually select it, and that would be bad because I want to click on that next, right? But I just set to the mouse button. When you press the mouse button, it closes the window, right? And when you release the mouse button, it selects the thing underneath it. So that's what it does. So it just automatically selects whatever your mouse is on. So you can quickly like open this one, close that one, open this one, select, you know, close. And I also set this up to where I found it annoying that you have to wait for the window. So you can basically just, the window closes, but you can interrupt the close and just bring it right back out, which was an interesting thing to accomplish. You can also like close one and have one coming out right before the other one's even done, and that works. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm thinking the part that I don't have is these buttons don't do anything. I'm gonna have it to where that's what I'm kind of setting up now, the different saves and how they work. And then I'll have, once you create a save, it won't say new save anymore. It'll say like what your percentage of the game is done. And I'm thinking I'm gonna add an actual like score system to the game, which I always thought score, you know, like getting a score or whatever on games is like old and outdated. But for some reason, I was just sleeping in my bed and I was just thinking like, you know, it'd be kind of fun to actually have a score system like on the game. And doing it like an updated version to where you actually get penalized for taking too long to beat the game or dying or missing shots or something, right? Like every shot you hit something, you get 1 point. Every shot you miss something, you lose a point. Like if your bullet goes off the screen. And I thought it would be fun if like the points can go into the negative just to see like how, I mean, that'll give somebody something else to do. They want to get 100% on the save, and then they want to get like a high score. And to get a high score, I think the best thing they can do is like complete the game as fast as possible with as most accuracy as possible, and get all the upgrades, finish the final boss. And I think like a score might be fun for that reason. It'd give like people who are in that kind of thing a goal, and people who don't care, it's just like a number that they get to feel cool about or feel bad about when they got like a super low negative number. Alright, so that's new game, load game, options. I've only got it set up to where it clears the screen, and the idea is to have like the options menu like come in from the left to right, and it'll be here for you to like set up, but I haven't done that yet. I don't have any way to get the screen back other than the restart. So that works, and then the quit button does work. If I click it, it'll be just like if I press the one key. So yeah, that's all good, works, and I think that explains all that pretty well. Hi Flecko. Oh, by the way, I got Flecko's name from Flipper and Echo the Dolphin, right? Flecko. Where that comes from. I love him. The Dolphin's just fun. He's one of the like cool characters. Okay, so let's hit one. Let's close that. I don't think I did anything else other than that. That took a long time. Like, it was a lot of like just trial and error stuff. Mic still works. Okay. I'm gonna keep checking. Yeah, it's a lot of trial and error stuff to get it working. Alright, so what I'm gonna work on now is I have to figure out what I'm actually saving and where everything gets saved to, so that I can set up these like save slots and stuff. That's gonna take a while, but it's better to get it all figured out now, and then I can make the 3 different save slots and get the saving and loading working. That way we can actually get into a game from the main menu and actually like save spots. I also need to make like a delete button. I gotta remember that. So I'll need to make like a trash can icon or something. So I'll probably do that later. But well, maybe I'll just use like words and just do like a delete word. That'd probably put like a little button that you can click on. We'll see. Okay. So I think the way I'm going to do this, I'm just going to open a notepad file and we'll go through this. Let's go ahead and swap scene. Woohoo. Hello. Right. So notepad file, all the stuff we have to go through. Figure this out. So the things that we need to know. I'm gonna call this, I think it's, I have it right there, like seeding variables. How do you spell variable, is it? It's variable, right? I think so. I don't know. Honestly, I can't think of how to spell it. I'm gonna say variable, because that sounds right in my head right now. Might be wrong, and I had it right though. Anyway, seeding variable. So yeah, we can just write those down. Global explode x equals 1, whatever. I'm gonna write them all these. Actually, I should just like copy paste. Is seeding variable the way to do this? Maybe I should say something else, like, because like the pause button isn't really a seeding variable, it's just a functional or something. Let's call it like functional globals. Okay, so these are functional globals. So yeah, we got global pause. So basically I'm figuring out what is something that I don't have to save, and something that I don't have to save is like an options menu kind of thing. So these are things that are really just used for gameplay, but it's not something we have to remember, or the computer doesn't have to remember. That's pause. All right, so all these ones are going to be in options. So key bindings is an options global, and honestly what I should do here is actually bring up my load options script. So this is the script I use in Gazzard, and because this has already got like gamepad stuff in it, I wonder what's missing from here that's in here. It looks like it's a different number, doesn't it? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 14. I don't know. For some reason, this looks smaller to me. Alright, so that's all my Gazzard globals. Or my Gazzard key bindings. I'm going to edit these a bit. I think I'm going to end up coming up with something that's more universal so that I can use for, I can basically just copy and paste this script. Like I have pause being VK escape, but I really think that's like, I need to come up with something that's easier to do than this, right? A better system. Yeah, like I said, a more universal system. So I'm gonna end up like renaming all these variables, I think. So instead of pause, I mean I could just use escape, but I really think this is just like cancel. Oh, not like that, cancel, but it's cancel 1. I don't know, do I want to do that? Because the idea is like, there'll be a gamepad button that's also a cancel, and there's also like right mouse button is also a cancel. So I'd have like 3 different cancels. I feel like that would just be easier. I don't know if you can use the right mouse button this way though. But yeah, it would be like, I don't know what my gamepad default cancel button is. I guess it's circle or, but I don't know how. Oh, here we go. I wrote it down. A, B, X, Y. Is that like what I have here? Yeah. So it would be B. GP phase 2. So that would be the default cancel button that I would use. Circle. I think. I don't know. I'm not feeling like. I guess. And then right mouse button is mouse button right, I think. Confirm that. Oh, right. I didn't go through the actual scripts. Let me do that. Okay, so we have the title spawner is the first thing that's inside this room, which it's the only thing in this room. Well, that's not true. There's something else. There's the font finder. Oh, the font finder is just the thing that's on my mouse. But yeah, title spawner is what creates everything basically. I've got options is set defaults. The depth of the title is -11, which is on top. And then I create the background for the title screen, and I did a lot of this on stream, right? The way the background creates the foreground, instance create UI title window, and the process that I came up with is anything that has to do with the title window, it kind of creates its own stuff. So all I had to do is make the window, and the window is, it's like master controller object for everything that deals with it. And then if I create another window, it now deals with all the things that are under it. So everything's got like a tree structure. So it's really easy to like figure out like what's controlling it. For options, I just had like a thing to, if options is off, then the title screen comes down. If the options gets turned on, the title screen goes up. So I like clear the screen for the options menu. And then I got my basic buttons for game restart, game end, and swapping to full screen or keypad 3. See me right? Yeah. Oh yeah, let's talk to it. Just so you can see the screen a little better. So that's how the title spawner works. The only thing really it's doing, creating the background, which we saw all that. But the new stuff, the title window. So the title window gets created. It's got the options thing as well. And then these are its choices. So choice main is like the main 4 choices you have. Choice new is the choices that are on the new window, and choice load are the choices that are on the load window. And then if the new window is open, I set it to true, which disables everything else. And if the load open is open, the load open is open. Yeah, okay. If the load open is open, then I set everything else to be disabled. That's how I'm like tracking that a window is open, and you're not supposed to be affecting these other variables unless the correct one is open for what you're messing with. Once this object's created, it creates the different buttons. So I have a new game button, a load game button, an options button. I have the quit window, which comes out on the side of it, and I have the button for quit. I have image alpha here, which I don't really need anymore. So test things. I got the same thing kind of like in the other one, where if options is off, then it comes onto the screen. If the choice main is 0, it sets choice main to be equal to the first one, which is new game. If options is on, it goes off the screen. If you press the left key and the new open and the load open aren't open, they're both at not with the exclamation point means it's not open. So not new open, not, it means it's set to false. So if those aren't open and you press the left key, if your choice is on main, then the choice equals the other side 4, and then it exits the script, which is important. Otherwise, I've done this mistake a lot of times, but if it's 1 and then it goes to 4, it'll continue running down the script, right? And then it'll get to 4 and it'll set it to 3. And then that's where it'll stop. So you gotta make sure you hit the exit for this kind of code. It's very important, so that it'll go from 1 to 4 and then exit, get out. And this is also important. The difference between pressed, held, and released is, yeah, you press the key, that's when you first touch it. Release the key is when you let off of it. And then held or direct is it's just constantly it's if you're holding it. So pressed means it'll only register 1 time. It's important to know that kind of thing. So yeah, you know how that works. So right is just going in the other direction. The key up and key down only work if you're in new open or load open. So it's got to be either this one or this one have to be open. They're in parentheses. So one of these 2 things has to be true, along with key up. And then yeah, it'll cycle through. If you're on choice new, it'll cycle through the different choices. If you're on choice load, it'll cycle through those choices. How up and down work. If you press the enter key or the space bar, I'm using the space bar or enter as confirmation buttons. So if you're on the first choice and new open is false, then okay, because so if you're on choice main 1, you're on the new game button, right? And if new open is already, if the window's not open, then it will set new open equals true. It will create this UI new window. The UI new window close will equal false. Otherwise, okay, no, I said that backwards. If it exists, then it will set the close to equal false, right? If it doesn't exist, then it will create it where it's supposed to go at its depth. It'll create that window. That window is like this. It creates the 3 buttons that it uses. It has close equals false. And then it's got these clip surface, clip width, height, clip X. That's for drawing to surface. Drawing to surface works like this. The draw sprite just needs to go in here. And you got to make sure you add or subtract the clip X and the clip Y from it so that it's in the correct place, because it's based on the top left origin point of the window. I used to have so much trouble understanding this stuff. It's amazing that I just understand it all so well now. Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming at first, but it makes total sense once we get it. Basically, the surface, you've got your computer screen. You've got your computer screen, you got a really wide monitor. When you draw the surface, you're just saying, take this computer screen, draw another one. So now you have, if I had 2 pieces of paper, we have 2 surfaces, 2 computer screens. And now we're saying, I only want to draw this much of the computer screen, right? So we got the one in the back, still the full thing, but in the front, we've got one that's only drawing part of the surface. And that's how you get like this window. Let's say if this was the thing, and we're only drawing this part, that's how you get this window that only shows up in this one little part of the computer screen. But the problem is, this computer screen is drawn on this, for you, this would be, actually for you, this would be top left. Yeah, for you, this is top left. This is where the origin of the screen is. So when you cut this up and move it over here, now this is where the origin of this surface is. So you have to do that offset, is to say, where does it have to go from here to actually appear where it's supposed to happen? I hope that it describes surfaces. So that's what this subtracting clip X and Y is for. And if you draw particles, you just have to move the particles that little bit of offset so that it appears on the surface where it's supposed to, in relation to the one behind it. Yeah, I don't know. It clicked for me one day, and now I understand it. And that's basically how I would explain it. All right, so the new window, it has a little function it goes through. First, it checks to see if it's closed or not. And then if it's not, then it'll come on screen. That's kind of what this is doing. And then once it's on screen, it'll set to be where it's supposed to be. In this case, it's y equals 7 is where it's trying to get to. So it's saying if y is greater than 7, so if it's higher, I think that's below. If it's below 7, then we're subtracting 10 from it to get it to 7. Once it is at 7 or less than 7, then we will set it to equal 7. And then this will never trigger, right? Because it equals 7 now. And then once it equals 7, if the choice new equals 0, which is how it's created, it starts. Oh wow, I didn't even put it in here. That doesn't matter, but oh wait, no. That's right. The choice new is UI title window. So in here, choice new equals 0 by default. So yeah, once it gets to 7, choice new, if it equals 0, it will now equal the first option on the list, which is 1. So yeah, once it gets fully open, if nothing's been selected, which it should, then it will select something. If you press the escape key or the right mouse button, and this is what I was looking for before, mouse button right. Yeah, okay, I did it right. Cool. If you press one of those 2 buttons, it will set close equal to true. Remember, it's false here, so it knows that it's false if it's running through this. So it'll set it to equal true. It'll tell UI title windows new open now equals false, and the UI title windows choice new is set back to 0 because we don't have anything selected anymore. once this thing is set to closed equals false, then this will become untrue and it'll read this part of it, which is basically what we did here, but going in the reverse order to close it. And then if it closes fully, it destroys itself. And basically all we have to do is say, if we ever turn it back on, this will stop running and it'll just start opening again, right? So as long as it doesn't close fully, it won't destroy itself. But if you ever, so if you ever turn it back on, then it runs through this and it stops trying to close and kill itself. That's how that works. And the load menu is the exact same way as choice 2 has to do with the load menu, and it's basically the same thing. Choice 3 is the options menu, and basically what I did is I said I turned the choice main back to 0, and then I set the title window's options equals true, title spawner equals true, and the quit window equals true. And if options equals true on all this stuff, it's basically just telling it to get off the screen. So the quit window goes away, the title screen goes up, the title window goes down. Basically just plays everything that I did in the beginning of the game to get it on screen in reverse order. Very simple. Choice main 4 is the quit button, and to quit a game you just say game in. You do that. That's how that works. I think there's anything interesting in here other than a whole bunch of stuff that I used to have. But none of that's in here anymore, so I can get rid of that, I think. Yeah. So I was trying to do everything through the title window and just like draw my buttons, but because the buttons actually have a collision with the mouse, it just was a lot easier to make the buttons an actual object, so that if you mouse over it, it can actually detect that the mouse is over it. It would have been really hard to make a whole bunch of collision boxes without new objects, but I just did it like that, so I got rid of that. So yeah, new window, created all these different new game buttons, and we'll look at buttons now. So like the new game button, we create it. The image alpha is set to 0, so this is the image, the selection button, right? But we set it to 0 so you don't see it. The X coordinate and the Y coordinate are based off of the UI Windows X and Y coordinate, but it's offset a bit to be where the new game's actually supposed to be on screen. And like I said before, I got these numbers by using my little mouse trick to get it where it's supposed to go and writing down those numbers, and then I just put it in the game. Whether it's active or not is set to false because it's technically not active when it is created, and then the color is by default gray. So the step event, every step it's going to follow the X and Y coordinate of the thing that it's sitting on, the title window. When the title window comes up, the button is also coming up attached to it. That's how that works. If UI title window choice main equals 1, then this button is on, so active equals true. If choice 1 is not 1, then this is not active, so it equals false. And if this button is active, the color that I had before that was gray turns to white. The image alpha of this image turns to 1, so you can see it. And if it's not active, then it goes back to gray. Image alpha equals 0. So one thing I want to point out, if you're setting all this stuff up to be like, if active, it's white, if it's inactive, it's gray, why don't you just, why put all this in the creation event? Because when this is created, you don't see it until it runs through the entire creation code. Then you see the, it does all the creation stuff, and then it draws the sprite, right? If you don't put this stuff in, what you'll get is wherever this thing was created on the screen, it will be at default values. So the color would be white, the X and Y coordinate wouldn't be, it'll be wherever it was created at. And I mean, active might just cause an error. So basically there would be just one frame, which is sometimes visible, Now, I used to have problems with this a lot, but there'll be one frame where it's at default values before this code actually runs the step event, and then this will set it back to where it's supposed to be and stuff. But basically, I see a lot of people on like Game Maker's subreddit always talking about like weird flashing images and stuff when they go into a room, and that's because they don't set like default values in creation event. And yeah, that causes those issues. So like if you have a character go into a room and you set your camera in the middle of the room and you wonder why the camera, like you go into the room but the camera like shifts over real quick to get to where you are, that's because you didn't tell the camera to be where it's supposed to be when it's created. And the same thing kind of applies for this thing. So that's why it's like, it's a good idea to make sure you have all your default stuff in the creation event so that it all runs before it gets drawn. So yeah, it seems a little redundant, but it's actually really necessary. All right, draw. It draws self. If it's active, it sets the font to be 30, and it draws the text color. It's offset by 26 and 4. That gets it in the center of the button. And for this, I just have to like, honestly, for these numbers, I just got to keep testing it until I find exactly where it goes on the button to be in the center. And then it draws at the color variable for, if it was active, this would be C white, C white, C white. And then if it's not active, then it will draw at 28, so do smaller. And it's kind of offset by thin to the right and up or down. I think this is down by 2 more pixels. And that just like shrinks it and puts it kind of more in the center, right? So yeah, when it grows, it gets like bigger that way. It just looks better. Same thing it says, but the color is now sea gray. So this is like how mouse control stuff works. Start with mouse enter. So if you enter the button, the collision for the button is the whole thing. If you enter the button, if new open equals false and load open equals false, then UI title window choice main equals 1. So remember, this is choice 1, or choice main equals 1 is this button, new game. So setting it to 1 just means this becomes active. If you release the left mouse button, and it's important to do release because if you click on something and decide, oh, I didn't mean to click that, and drag the mouse off of it and release, then it shouldn't activate the thing. That's just like good menu design. If you did it like on press or direct, you're gonna have a problem. But you want, for like a button, you don't want the button to actually activate unless they release their mouse on the button, for most cases. So yeah, released is important here. If UI title window open equals false and UI title window load open equals false, then it's going to set choice main equals 1, which, so yeah, clicking the button, even if it wasn't selected by like the keyboard buttons, if you're pressing the keyboard buttons and it deselected it, but your mouse was still there and you left, I didn't really show that. I can show that real quick because that was something that I noticed that was weird and not exactly ideal. All right. So yeah, a thing I was having before, considering like if you have both mouse controls and button controls, you want to like mouse over something, but you want to be able to like move around using the keyboard buttons, and you don't want it to constantly be selecting this when your mouse is just sitting on it. I've seen this in other games, and it's really annoying when you're like, you let your mouse go and you're gonna like pick up your controller, but your mouse is sitting on the button, and you press the buttons, but nothing's happening because the mouse is superseding the control button. And that, I think that's bad design, so I'm not doing that. I make it to where if your mouse is on it, it doesn't matter. As long as you're pressing a keyboard button, it's still shifting. But let's say you shift to options, but you're like, oh, I can just click it. But you're like, right now, if I had it the old way and I clicked it, because it's not selected, it wouldn't activate. But now that I have this left release button, it'll still activate. So even if it wasn't selected by the mouse before, which you would normally get if you were just using only the mouse. Yeah, if you moved it using something else, but then clicked it. I think that makes sense, right? It's, like I said, it's a lot of like little quality of life things that a lot of people wouldn't think about, but it really does make a difference to making a UI feel good. It's funny that when it came to UI, like art design, I had like hardly any clue what to do when I was starting. But when it comes to like UI coding, programming, design, I feel really confident. I've played a lot of games where I've seen bad design when it comes to like the controls of UI, and I'm like, that's annoying, it shouldn't work like that. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of how this works is, if it wasn't choice main, it's going to equal choice main because you're releasing the button on this thing. I want it to set that to be true. It's going to set new open on, and then if the new window does exist, it's just going to tell it to stop closing. If it doesn't exist, it's going to create it. And that's how that works. And I think I just went over everything pretty well, right? Like I don't really have to describe anything else. Everything else just kind of works like that. Cool. The last thing though that I haven't really gone over is the font finder. This is the thing that's stuck to my mouse. I set the depth to be very high, so it's on top of everything. The sprite index equals selection, which is why I see the button. Basically, it follows my mouse around. To get it to follow the mouse around, I say X equals the mouse's current X, the Y equals the mouse's current Y. And then the draw event, let's see, if there's no index, then don't... Oh, if it is not no index, then draw itself. That's just in case I get rid of this in the future, because I only want to see the font. So yeah, you gotta have this in here or you're gonna have errors if you change that. And then I draw set font to -1, so that's how you get back to default font for GameMaker. If I ever, like in here, I use, well, it's not in here, but yeah, when I change the font in whichever one of these that actually changes the font, none of these do. I did it before, draw set font to ODLX 30, right? If you don't change it back to 1, it'll just always draw in that font. So you gotta make sure you change your font to what you want above in the code for it to happen. And then I draw text. This is drawing the X coordinate. This little value right here is what it's actually drawing. This is drawing the Y coordinate. And then it sets the font to ODL. This is what I was looking for. It sets the font to 30 again, and it draws the text at the XY coordinate of the mouse, in this case, because we're following the mouse, and it shows this thing. So this is how I find out where things go, and I'm going to use this a lot in the future. And if I ever need to change anything, like I want to find out where a different type of button goes, I just change it here. Or if I want to find out like a different kind of font goes, I change what the font is, and I change what it says, and then I put my mouse where it's supposed to go, where I think it looks good, and then I write down the coordinates, and that's it. Then I know what to do. I don't have to keep opening and closing the game a million times. Alright. I guess I could show Flecko. That would be the last thing. There's not too much to him. I'm not going to go over it real big, but he does have like an interesting AI. This is the title screen Flecko. He has a state where he thinks. He's got this timer, a direction, an angle, a target, something he's looking for. If he's carrying something or not. And then I use target for... So like one of these targets is for finding what loot he's looking for, and the other target is finding what character he's looking for. And then there's like a flip thing, whether he's doing a flip or not. In this case, he creates his object that he fetches, which is the little rubber ducky. So once I create the parent, it creates its own like interactable. So I don't have to create both objects. It makes things easier. And then like his code, it's all pretty easy. I don't know, image index or image angle if it's greater than 90, or it's less than 270, then I flip the direction. That's how I get it to actually like rotate and face the correct direction when it's doing flip. When he's thanking, he's just kind of like running this timer. Once the timer gets to like a second, it'll get like a random number for the timer in the future, and then it'll figure out what it wants to do. So if there's a fetch object in the room, it'll roll like a 50-50 whether it wants to go fetch it or not. This is what code I was using for loot in the game, because sometimes there's no loot in the rooms, and if there's no loot in the room, then this just will never happen. But if there is loot, then it'll have a 50-50 chance to go and pick it up for you. In this case, there's always going to be a fetch object in the room, so it'll just have a 50% chance to go fetch. He's tracking the mouse Y and X. In my original object, he's tracking the player, but you just change out player X and player Y instead. I don't know. I don't feel like I need to go over all this. I kind of have gone over stuff like this in other monsters and things. I have to watch previous videos, but I'll show all the code. It's like when he's following the whatever his target is. In this case, it's the mouse. He'll just try and follow the mouse, and he'll try and get to within a certain distance of it. If he's carrying an object, then he'll drop that object off. In the case of like meteorite fragments, he can pick up multiple ones. So he'll just drop off all the meteorite fragments he was carrying. But in the case of the fetch object, it's just always going to be one object. And then once he drops it off, he'll go back to thanking. If none of that's true, then once he gets close to a character, he'll just go back to thanking. If he's fetching, he goes finds his fetch object. If he collides with this fetch object and his state equals fetch, he'll get the carry thing. He'll find your target, state will equal follow, and he'll destroy the fetch object, because he's got this new sprite for actually carrying the object when he's in this fetch mode. And then if he's playing, this is how I get him to do flips. That's it. Alright. I explained everything I did. That's all the stuff I did yesterday. It was a lot, like I said. Alright. Back to what we were working on with saving and loading. Right, mic's still working? Yeah, good. Thing. Here we go. Also, is Goba working? I don't think Goba's working. Yeah, I don't see it. Oh right, Goba doesn't work on the screen capture because display capture messes up Goba. I totally forgot about that. I've just got like an actual chat room. Goba's totally working here. Okay, good. I forgot about that. Alright, so back to figuring this out. I think I do want to do it this way because I think this will be easier for me to remember stuff. Basically, when I do my code in the future, I've got to go through all my code and set this up. But anytime I'm looking for like a cancel key, I can't just say like cancel 1 equals escape and right, and GP face 2, right? Like I can't assign a whole bunch of different keys to be the cancel button or the cancel global button. It just doesn't work that way. So it would be easier if I just I look for all 3 of the cancel buttons because they all apply. And if any one of these 3 cancel buttons is used, then I know that yes, we have confirmed a cancel, whatever. So it seems like it's easier to just name them 1, 2, and 3 for 3 different control schemes. So that's what I'm going to do. And I think this will be a more universal thing because no matter what game I make, I'm probably going to have a button that does canceling, right? I'm going to have a button that's for like confirming. I'm going to always have like right buttons and left buttons and downs and ups. And then I'm going to have buttons that do like a jump. I might call it like the jump key or something. I don't know how to do that because those games do kind of differ. Those kind of games, words, are different. Like Gazard, this would be the strike key is what I said here, or like shift button. But in this game it would be like the shoot key, so I need to come up with something that's more like a universal action button. So, alright, we have cancel. Let's have a confirm button. I wonder if it should be confirm or... I think I could get confusing. Like, in a way, confirm is also jump, right? Confirm is also start. So start and jump are usually what confirm buttons are. In the case of a keyboard, it's space and enter. In the case of a gamepad, it's A or X. It depends on what controller you're using. It's the bottom one, or it's start button. So, what do I name those, right? Because technically both of those are for confirm, but they're also for jumping or for shooting. I could do something like this, just make it long, confirm, attack. One, it's going to be a much longer thing, but this way I know it's a confirmation button, but it's also the attack button, which is either an attack with a sword or an attack with a gun. I think attack would be a better word, so I know that's the universal attack button. I'd like that. I think I'll do that. So my universal attack button is space. We'll start with the keyboard so that everything kind of works. Space. So for the gamepad, where my gamepad? On here, it's the X button. So that is GP face 3. Now, does the mouse... Yeah, I guess the mouse is an attack button, right? It's a confirm button. So we'll do this one as mouse button left. Alright, next one would be global key confirm. I honestly think jump is the best thing to name this. Oh, so space wouldn't be the jump. Oh, fuck, yeah, no. In Gazard, the jump button is space, but in, oh, that's confusing. In Gravitas, the attack button is space. It's not exactly universal, is it? Honestly, I'm starting to think that this isn't a great idea either because I won't know what it actually is if I do it this way. Maybe what I do instead is just say, instead of attack, just say space. So it'll be, the first thing is what it usually does, what like category it is. The second part is what the actual button is. And then this is unnecessary. Maybe if I did it like this, then it would be organized based on the type it is, but I could actually see what it is representing. I'd like this. I'm gonna do it this way instead. So this is instead gamepad X, yeah, like I wrote down there. Let's do it that way. Or gamepad, let's say bot. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna say bot. So I'm gonna say up, down, left, right for the gamepad, for arrows, or for the I got the word for it, for the analog stick? Analog? Is that what that is? Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna use up, down, left, right for that. And then I'm gonna use bottom, left, right, top. No, yeah, I can't use left, right yet. I could just do like, I wonder what you would call these buttons if you're doing a more universal thing. Like I can call this X and A, but I never remember what that is, right? Instead it should be like the bottom button or the right button. But then that's going to confuse me for the analog button. I need a better way to explain that to myself so that I remember. I wonder if this has a name that I could use. I'm gonna look that up real quick, because that would help me. And I should probably learn the name if I'm going to be a game dev, right? Design? I wonder if something. I want like a picture that explains the terminology for a typical gamepad controller. Maybe if I just say terminology, if I can think of how to spell that. However you spell it, you don't spell it with an F. Oh yeah, there we go. Directional pad. That's what I was thinking. That's also called an analog, isn't it? I guess not. I don't fucking. Yeah, okay, D-pad would be one of them. An easy way to do, okay, let's write that down. Funny, I don't actually have D-pad buttons on here. Weird. I'll figure that out later. Okay, but okay, so if one of them is the D-pad, what's the other one? What would you call the other one? None of these pictures really have like a standard definition. They usually, I mean, it seems like each controller just names it after what buttons they are, which means they're all fucking different. Like on the PlayStation, it's the square, triangle, X, circle buttons. On the Xbox, it's the A, B, X, Y buttons. Nintendo's got the A, B, X, Y, but they're in different places. It's always confused me. I want to call them the color buttons because they're usually colored, right? On almost every system that I can think of, they come in different colors. I mean, you know, there's some controllers where it's not, but yeah, usually most gamepads, they're just a multicolor thing. That's why I kind of want to just call it colored buttons or color buttons. But if D-pad is like 4 letters, B butt? Nah, let's do like full butt. Full butt bottom. Colored button bottom. Other button. I just thought about what I just said. I don't know, it's kind of a long phrase. I could just use bot. Colored button bot. Cold butt bot. Cold butt bot. I guess that's what I'll go with. Unless I'll probably go to sleep tonight and be like, of course, I should have said that. Usually how it goes. Okay, so cold butt bot. Gotta do this because it's funnier. I just want to keep it shorter. I mean, I can't really just say C butt because that doesn't make sense. If I do COL, I know it's color. BUT is button. Bot is bottom button. I really like gamepad. Using like gamepad EXY just kind of like makes more sense to me. Then I know like this, yeah, I can memorize this, but it's not as easy as just looking at this and say, oh, that's the B button on the gamepad. I don't know. I don't really like it. G-pad, gamepad. I could also do it based on the colors. The colors aren't always the same. D-pad bot. I feel like this would be easier. And then D-pad right. Instead of attack 3, this is just honestly mouse button left. A lot of sense. Mouse left. G-pad bot. I don't know what I'm going to do for left and right. I could use cardinal directions. Instead of top bot, it would be north, south, east, west. And then maybe I'll just remember in my head if I'm using compass directions and that's the one on the right. I'm using left, right, up, down, then I'm talking about the left button, the right button, right? That one's more explanatory. So, my east and west. I know the east and west, but I have to think about it usually. Even right now, I'm thinking about it. It's east, west, right? North, south, east. No, it's east, west. Fuck, I got it backwards. Northeast, southwest, yeah. See, that's not a good idea if I can't think of it on the spot. I know my left and right really well. I don't know. I'm going to go back with what I have. If the worst comes to worst and I don't remember which is which, I can just look at it. Because I used to have a controller near me when I'm doing this. Yeah, I'm just going to go back to what I had. So this would be B. Gamepad B. I think that's just better. Cleaner. So space, gamepad B, mouse left. So this would be confirm button for keyboard. This is enter. BK I don't even have enter on this. Enter. VK enter. Global key confirm. Start. EP start. The mouse doesn't have a start button. Really, that would be the left button. We've already done that. So no more confirms here. So those are all confirms. They're all cancels. And I guess I'll do directions next. Okay, so the first one would be D right. Which one's right? D? I guess D. $68. And we have global key right. I don't even know how to do the right arrow. I don't think I've ever done the arrow keys. I think it's important to do arrow keys for this kind of things. It's something I want to have in. So yeah, I don't have arrow keys. I think it's VK right for arrow key. Oh, let's look. Yeah, VK right. If you're gonna like do menu navigation, you'll probably want to use arrow keys sometimes. And you can use it for control, which is important, right? Because it's an accessibility thing to have like people who are right or left-handed or that only have one hand. I mean, that's another reason to use key bindings too, but if both the buttons work, that's cool. So that means when it comes to keyboard, I want to have 2 buttons you can place for any key binding, because sometimes it is 2 different buttons. And then for gamepad, it will be 1 button. For mouse, it'll be 1 button. So yeah, that just means when I do key bindings for the keyboard controls, it needs to be 2 different buttons that can set up. If I'm going to do this. And I see that in a lot of games, so that's going to make things a little more difficult. It'd be okay. Doing key bindings is going to be a bitch, because there's so many like if-ands. Like, if you have a button set to something already, you have to figure out, like, yes, you have something set to that already. You have to override it or swap it with the old one, right? I feel like I'm going to spend a day or 2 or 3 or a week. That's really escalated. I'm going to spend all that time just figuring out my key bindings. But the good news is, once I figure it out, I'm going to make it as universal as possible so I can just copy and paste it for future projects. I've kind of done some key bindings on Gazzard, but it was very bare minimum. I want to do something that I can use for any game I make. That's the plan. So I'm spending extra time on figuring it all out. So yeah, I don't know what D-pad right is though. Oh, it's GP. wait, these are the ones for the... Have I been using the right thing? No, I haven't. I don't think. Oh yeah, I have. Phase 3. Okay. Yeah. Forgot. Alright, so G-pad. These are the gamepad buttons. Like left shoulder, whatever, right shoulder, start. There's stick. I think it's these ones, yeah. Pad. Oh, look, see, they've already got stuff already figured out. Phase 1, 2. The problem is, I just don't know what phase 1, 2, 3, 4 means. I know what pad D, L, R up means, because that's easy. Well, okay. Pad D, L, R, whatever. And technically, the controller has another one, but I know that it's not done the same way as everything else is done. When you use analog sticks, it's a totally different system. It's not like you don't use pressed and direct and released when it comes to an analog stick. Which, now that I think about it, I was using the wrong name before, but yeah, there's like dead zones and stuff for figuring out how analog sticks are their whole other beast that you have to do separately. So I'm just not gonna, and it's not gonna be a global. I mean, analog sticks are they're not something you keybind, right? It's just something that is there. You can't really change them. You can change dead zones in some games. I don't know how to do any of that. I might figure that out. Alright, so that's all the right buttons. Would be A equals 5. Yeah, maybe I should use what that one did, because it's a lot better, I think. Just pad, right? Well, then again, I use G-pad. Let's use G-pad, right? G-pad B, yeah, that makes more sense. G-pad R. Would be G-pad left. I'm gonna do this differently. It's WASD, right? So it should be up first. Seven. So was the W, A would be next. Oh no. Okay, no, I'm good. 83. if it's pad like that. How do I confirm this? Could be. Oh yeah, pad with 2Ds. Okay, cool. Alright, so move up, left, down, right, Mazda. I just like it in that order. Alright, so we've done space, down, up. We haven't done this strike button. We also haven't done a block button. Block, crouch, be a lot of things. It can also be cancel. I've seen control be cancel sometimes. I wonder how best to label this stuff. Of course, shift is also sprint. Let's think of everything you use shift for. So, like in Gazard, I use shift as an attack. So it can be like melee attack. It can be a sprint or run button. Actually, just doing all the gamepad stuff and then whatever the equivalent is makes a lot more sense. So far we've got gamepad phase 3, or B button, and we've got the start button. We've got gamepad phase 2. Oh, I never renamed these. Do that real quick. It's cancel, escape. If I have 2 cancel buttons, I think the other one would be global key cancel left control. There we go. Left control. I'm pretty sure it's left control like I've done there. There's also just control. I guess I could just use control. Like there's a way to specify left control, that. I think control just uses either control. I think I'm gonna use left control specifically. Because I'm naming it left control. If people want to use key bindings to change it to right control, I'll set that up. Alright, the left control is the other cancel button on the keyboard. Alright, so what are the gamepad buttons we're missing? There's the menu button, which could be escape or a cancel button. But also Y is usually a menu button. Start's also a menu button. Honestly, I don't know if this is the best way to go about this. The buttons are so interchangeable a lot of the time. I just know that these are mostly going to be confirm buttons. These are mostly going to be cancel buttons. And it's just going to help me later on. Have I spelled cancel right? Why does this look wrong? It's not. I'm crazy. It just looks weird to me. Anyway, the reason having this is I know that if I'm doing my code and I want to use a confirm button, if I type in global key confirm, I'll get all the options that can be confirmed. So I'll know, like, at a glance, all the different buttons that I need to put in for, you know, my standard confirm buttons. It just seems like that would be easier than trying to remember every time what are my confirm buttons. Because there's a lot of different things it can be. But it feels like when it comes to like shift and the Y key, and the shoot key or the attack key, like space is an attack key, but it's also a confirm key. I don't know, just sometimes there's some overlap that's weird. But I think at this point, there's not really like a standard, right? These are all kind of like standard, but after this, it's just kind of like the keys are what the keys are. So like, right, block, cancel, dodge is F. I just have to write all these down so that they're like their individual ones, I think. All right, global key. At this point, should I name them like other or something? So I know these are all the other keys. I was thinking about doing that. I might do that. That way I know all the other keys at a glance. Otherwise, I'm going to be sitting at this point being like, okay, where's the thing that I want? And then I'm going to be looking at all this stuff, which is none of the stuff that I want. Like if I did other, I'll just know, okay, these are the keys that aren't typically these ones. Then I can hopefully more quickly find what I'm looking for. Okay, so what do we need? We've got, we haven't done shift yet, so let's do shift. Left shift. L shift. So dodge, I'm pretty sure dodge is F key. I just said F. F is 70. I'd like to know what like Q, E, R, T, G, V, C, X, Z is, right? I'm not going to use all these buttons, but I feel like I should have them in here in case I do need them. I don't know. I mean, I'm not planning on making a MOBA, ever. So, do I need all those keys? Okay, I think what I do is I make a little note here, like, how do you spell necessary? Necessary, necessary, oh fuck. Better idea. Optional keys. This is now keybind or optional. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to figure out what all these are. And I don't remember them all. I'm gonna figure them out, I think. I don't even remember where I found all that stuff. I think if you go into key bindings, you can find that stuff. Or if you go into Keyword in Game Maker Studio, you can find that. Keyboard letters. I don't remember the name of it. It's not giving me programming stuff. I really don't remember how to find what the numbers of all the keys are. Oh, maybe if I go to Keyword Help here. I can't. I don't remember where I found all these numbers, and did I ever save it anywhere? Would have been smart. I did not. How about keyboard letters, values? Oh, there we go, key values. Seems to be what I was looking for. Oh look, the right arrow and stuff is actually have a number value as well. Okay, well, this is good. This is all the stuff I'm looking for. I feel like I don't really need to do what I'm doing here. But I should definitely bookmark this page, which I am. But, let's call this, what did I just say? What just happened? I pressed the L key and it just disappeared. I wanted to edit that. Okay, this is letter key programming numbers, or keyboard for that. Keyboard programming numbers. There we go. So now I have a list of every single key on the keyboard and what its corresponding number is. So if I ever need it in the future, I'll just grab it from here. Okay, so screw what I'm doing. If I'm not using it, I don't need to do it right now. I don't think I can do like a universal thing when it comes to that. I really need to do it game by game. Besides the ones that I've already done, which are pretty universal. At this point, it's just like, whatever you need is what you put in. But I am missing some gamepad stuff, so I do need those as universal keys. We're missing some face buttons. Global key. I'm gonna do an attack button, maybe. Yeah, attack, G-pad X equals oh, I've done the wrong thing. This is face 3. P face 3. What did I say before? B is supposed to be face 2. Already made an error. Alright. So attack is that. Global key menu. Keypad Y. We got A, B, that's B. Oh, I never renamed this. I stopped at left control. G-pad A. This one is mouse right. I don't have the select button or the shoulder buttons, but those are buttons I might not always use. I'm trying to pick things that I will probably always use. Same thing goes with like the keyboard stuff. Okay. But yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this. Alright, now looking at what we were actually using before. We've used the escape key, we've got DA, we've got WASD, space and enter. Look at this. Is that the only keys we were actually using? I guess so. Yeah, how about that? That's all we were using so far in this game. Pretty minimal. So like, I don't even think we have anything to use a lot of gamepad buttons are on. Which makes sense, this is based off an NES game which only had 2 buttons to start with. But I can use like the menu button for pause, or the start button for pause. I use start button for confirm, but that's also pause. Yeah, I guess that's the issue. There's a lot of buttons are used for a lot of different things, and it really does depend on what game and what the situation is. Like it makes sense that you can press the start button if you're like selecting options in a menu. So just pick the option, I guess. I mean, is that normal? That doesn't feel normal. I mean, it was definitely normal in the old games. I don't know. No, I don't think it's going to be a confirm button. I think it needs to be a menu button. I'm going to make that decision. I might allow you to use the start button in a certain menu, but I don't think I'm going to make that like a regular thing. Maybe that's not a menu button, but a pause button. Escape is also a pause button. Jeez, I don't know. Alright, that was universal keys, or key bindings. I'm just key bindings. Oh my. Now, what do we call? Usually we call them like flags or triggers for save points, you know, like different milestones in a game. I'm trying to think, what word do I want to use? I never really liked the word trigger, and I don't think trigger really works for this. It's really like milestones or progress points or something like that, right? This is what I'm talking about. This stuff is all kind of like progress points. This is all progress points. Honestly, these are the progress points I'm concerned with right now. So what do I call these? Progress point is kind of long. But I kind of like that idea because it's like the most, if I read that, I'm going to know exactly what it is. It's, yeah, progress that you've made in the game, a milestone, you've reached a certain thing, you've achieved something. I think progress points is kind of what I want to use. Or progression. It is also progression. Progression globals. Let's say progression globals. That. Okay, so yeah, I've got all these progression globals in here, but I'll change the names and figure them all out here. So fucking A. Because, okay, this is important because progression globals lead to the percentage of the game that you've completed. So they've all got to represent a certain percentage. So every time you get one of these progression globals turned on, you are getting a higher percentage point. Okay, and then on the bottom of that, we've got progression globals are permanent things. So you've reached a certain milestone, you turn that milestone on, and nobody can take that away from you, right? But status globals are things that can be changed, but there's still something you have to save, right? So for example, upgrades. Like if you have a certain upgrade, you can lose that upgrade, but once you save the game, you want to keep that upgrade, right? So that's a status global. That's something that is your current status when you save the game. And when you load the game again, you'll be at that status. It's not exactly the same as a progression thing. So that would be a different type. Okay, so I don't know, let's just go through. The best way to do progression globals for me is like cutscenes, right? Cutscenes are going to be progression globals. So let's start with that. Do all that. Oh, I made that rooms. Alright, all of these are progression globals. So, this to that, so you can see what I'm doing, because I forgot about that. Alright. Really a great place to put this here. Okay, so that's all the key bindings I have, or the common key bindings. It'll be everything I need for this game. Progression globals and status global. So progression, let's do cutscenes first. So global, I think I will just call it progression. And this will be cutscene 1. Or a cutscene intro. You set these all to 0, or I think false. True and false is better. So technically this one, it counts towards progression, because if you start the game and all you do is watch the intro and then you exit the game, you'll still get a little bit of progress, right? Whatever percentage this is, you have completed that much of the game because you watched the intro. So as far as I'm concerned, that is part of the progression. Plus I need something to trigger that you've watched the intro, and once this is on, you'll never see the intro again, right? Alright, that'll be my first one. Progression, cutscene. Honestly, I should probably just copy paste this because it's going to be in a lot of these. So 1, 2, Wait, no, 11, 12, 13. So, 3, 4, fuck. Alright, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. So we have intro. Do equals false. What? Oh, I know what I did. Press down. Alright. That's meteorite. Notice that I put an extra space in there that's unnecessary. Cool. Easily fixed. Depth. Find. Map. Compass. Oh, rig. I feel like post-credit is also part of the credits. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just that out and call that credits. And then we'll go here. Because, yeah, the post-credit scene is also part of the credit scene. It's just the part on the end of the credits. So, we'll just make this the room that I do the credits in. It'll also do the post scene. Then we have suit and cool. So those are all the cutscene progress points. Now we have other types of progress points. I should copy this a couple times. I don't know how many of these I need. Probably quite a few of them. It's easy enough to erase them later. That's probably more than enough. Alright, so what other type of progress points? There's like... So those are all the cutscene ones, but there's also ones where you like find a certain area or something, right? Let me think about it. I really got to think about my sequence of events in the game to kind of figure this stuff out, because these are ones that didn't really record anything about these. I just had them in my head. There's also items. I haven't done that. Yeah, there's a lot of things now that I think about it. Let's do research next, because that one's easy. I never actually made the research rooms. Forgot about that. Oh, but they're right here. Research. Okay. Makes things easier. Research. Meteorite actually isn't one. That's a cutscene. So research jellyfish would be the first one. It's easy. Jellyfish. octopus, salmon, stingray, shark, crab, eel, fish, and tentacle. Maybe we just call this alien? Yeah, research alien. Easier. Okay, that's all those. But there's also... Okay, so the way I'm thinking this is how it works. You go out into the world, you get an item, you bring that item back to the dock, and you research the item. But when you see... I haven't really made the dock window, so this is all kind of in my head. Here I am trying to figure it out ahead of time. But what I was thinking is, you can see certain things in the dock window that you know about, but you just have to find whatever item you need to unlock to actually research it. So it'll be like grayed out. Also, if you grab an item, but you die in the stage, or you die before you can get it back to the dock, you lose the item. But what I wanted to do is say, if you've had the item, you know what item you need for that research. So that research gets revealed, but you did not successfully bring the item back. So now you just know you need that item again, and you need to make it back to port with it. But that means there's a progress point, right? There might be 2 progress points there, where you actually acquire the item. That causes the dock to know that you've had that item, but you've lost it. And I just have to think this stuff through, because that is a progress point, and it does affect the game too. Basically, I'm just saying each of the items that you can collect, what you haven't returned, you still get credit for collecting them. So I think it's really just something like item found. Like once you return it, you research it. So first you go out, you find the item. That's one point. But you also have to get it back to research it to get the other point. But if you lose it, you've still technically found it, and you can see on the dock menu that it's now there, but it's grayed out because you haven't brought the item back. But you now are aware of it, that it is an item that you can get. Otherwise, it won't. If you haven't found it yet, you won't see it in the dock, so you won't even know what you're looking for. I think that's kind of how I'm going to do this. I hope that that's fine. So I need to know all my items. Yeah. Did I make items yet? I don't think I've messed with items. I just have the sprites for items. Probably the best way to look. Did I even put the sprites for items in the game? I think it's part of the UI. The dock UI. Icons. Yeah, here we go. These are all the items. Oh, come on. Alright. Well, technically there's an item for every single research, right? I guess that's the easiest way to do it. Though, there are some research... No. Yeah, there's an item for every research. There's cutscenes for like the sub and stuff. But those you don't have to bring an item to get those. You just have to have a certain amount of research to unlock those. So, yeah, I think it's just the amount of items found is the same as the research, which was 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. So there should be 9 of these. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it turns out I need a lot more of these than I thought I did. Okay, so all the items are basically the same as what we got up there. I still haven't figured out if I'm going to do this through mini bosses or not. I might do it through mini bosses. It's going to be extra work, but I mean, I've got most of the code for the mini bosses anyway. I just have to put little icons on the map so that you can see when a mini boss appears on the map. You can go and like enter the stage where the boss is. I really think I'm going to do the mini boss thing, and that way all the mini bosses drop the item that they have. I think that'll be better. So I might need something that like triggers. I need to figure out how like mini bosses trigger then. That's a whole new thing. I just like the idea of all those little bosses you fight in the final boss are little bosses that you fight during the game to get these items, instead of these items just randomly dropping from enemies like that was my original idea. But I think it'd be more fun if you get to fight little bosses, and it makes the game, there's more content in the game, right? That's a good question. The items that do certain cutscenes now, there are a couple. There's like the compass, there's the map fragments. Yeah, I didn't think about those. What am I gonna do with that? I need to think of how that works actually. Okay, let's use like the first one for example. There's actually a meteorite item, now to think about it. That would be the first item you look for. Yeah, because the first thing you do in the game is you just kill normal enemies and collect a meteorite. And the meteorite isn't like, I mean, the first meteorite you pick up will be like a meteorite fragment going towards the loot, but the first one is also a meteorite that is an item. And you have to get that item back to the dock. It's like your first task in the game is go get any meteorite, bring it back. But it is an item on its own. It's not research, but it is cutscene. So technically you can find a meteorite, but you have to get it back to actually see the cutscene of it and to unlock that research or that progression point. So if that's true, that also means, yeah, all this other stuff is probably items as well. But let me think about it. So the first thing you get is the meteorite, bring it back. And then I think what I'm going to have you do is like, you have to do any sort of research. So you're going to have to fight some sort of mini-boss. And then the next time you go to the dock is when you unlock the next cutscene, which is the reveal cutscene. And then you've got to go get any other item and bring it back. Doesn't matter which item you get, but you got to bring it back. And then that'll do the depth finder cutscene. And once you have the depth finder, you can go find the corals. And then at this point, you're kind of like open to do whatever you want, because I think the first two mini bosses will be scripted. It'll be like the jellyfish and the salmon. So you're guaranteed to like go out and find those two. Maybe I do it to where you just randomly meet these mini bosses in a stage instead of actually seeing them on the map. I don't know. It could be something like a weighted value to where every time you do a stage, you get closer and closer to a 100% chance of running into to the mini boss. That way it doesn't get too annoying. I don't know. I don't want to throw players into a boss without experiencing stages first. I don't know. I really have to give it more thought. I don't really planned it. That's what we're doing right now. How do mini bosses work? I don't want to draw a whole bunch of crap. Like, if they're going to be on the map, I could do icons. I've been doing icons for like everything. So it kind of makes sense to just do an icon with an enemy in it, right? And you go to that icon, which it'll appear randomly somewhere. And when you see that icon, you go collect it like a mini game. I hope you can hear me. I'm kind of far away from the mic. Yeah, I guess that's the best way to do it. And then if like, I like that idea because if the alien's on the map, you'll, if you get drugged into a stage by the alien, you lose your chance to get to the mini boss that you were trying to get to, right? So you have to avoid the alien while also finding these stages. I like that. I think I'm gonna do icons for all the mini bosses. It'll be easy because I'll just take the sprites I got, turn them white, and put them in a circle, right? I think that'll be the most effective way. I'll just make them little small icons that you have to go to and anchor at. And then that'll start the boss fight, which drops the item you need. And you gotta get it back to the dot. Okay, I like that idea. So the question is, how do I keep track of the triggers that causes the mini bosses to spawn? I think it'll be based on like how many cutscenes you've done, probably. So honestly, these triggers are also keeping track of like when things happen on the map. Okay, all that's figured out. So you get the depth finder. The depth finder isn't really like an item you acquire. It's just something that happened in a cutscene, which is done here. So basically, when this is set to true, is when you can go find the corals. When you find the corals, that should be its own progression point. Because you have to get like, I want to do something to where you don't see the icon for the corals until you get close to it. So you gotta like search the map to figure out where the corals are. And the same thing will go for like the oil spill and the shipwreck and the meteor landing. So the idea is once you get this big item that's on your UI, you have to look around the map, and once you get close to once you touch the icon, then it reveals itself. And then it's there permanently, but it is a progression point, right? So I think this will be a different thing, like map reveal or something. Okay, let's do like or location found. I like that better. I'll just do location found, shorten it a bit. Or I could even say site found. And once you have found these different sites, the items associated with them will leave the UI and you've completed that part of the game. Shipwreck, oil rig, one of the easiest ones to find. Okay. So that's how that'll work. And yeah, those get turned on when you do the thing that involves it. Like when you do the depth finder, you can go find the corals. When you do the compass, you can go find the shipwreck. Or actually, you find the compass in the shipwreck. Oh, when you find the map, you find the shipwreck. When you find, when you bring the compass back, you can now find the oil rig. And then once you've done the oil rig and got the resonator, you can go find the meteor landing. Okay. That's all figured out, but there's still the items that you get that lead into those things. So like the map, there's 3 map pieces. I'm gonna do this. Okay, so technically there's like a map found through falls. But all you have to do is find one piece of the map to get this. So that you can see the research. Once you find 3 pieces, then you can go and actually do the map cutscene. So I need a status global for map pieces. So I need to figure this one out before I forget about it. Just call it global stat map piece. Let's see. So once this equals 3, right? You find 1, 2, 3. Once it equals 3, then you'll be able to trigger the one that does the map. But all you need to do is find 1 to turn on this one, which turns on the part for the dock. Even if you don't get the map home, you can see the progress of the map at the dock. So yeah, this needs to be 0. All right. So technically there's a map, there's a compass, there's a large meteorite. Did I forget anything? No. So map, compass, okay, and these work the same way. You can find the compass, but you can drop it. But all you have to do is find it to actually be able to see it and know that it exists. You'll just have to go back to the stage and get it. Okay, this is starting to come together in my head. This is an amazing stream, I think. How long have we been streaming? 2 hours? Over 2 hours? Kind of like blurry my stream is. Yeah, this entire stream I've barely done any actual like in-game stuff. It's all notepad stuff. This is one of the things I'm talking about when I'm like, I do most of my work off stream is I do stuff like this. Every time I could pull out one of these giant notepads with all this crap I've done, I've spent like hours on this kind of thing. Yeah, this is kind of like what I'm talking about. Is it, you have to figure all this stuff out, right? Like you got to think about it. I don't know. You just need to have a plan so that once you start hitting it in code, like I can't do saving and loading until I know everything that I need to save and load, right? So there we go. So we have all the site stuff. Cool. So I think what is going to happen is, okay, so say you get the depth finder. You get the depth finder by researching a few things. I really want to make a note of that. I can bring up the gravitas thing, but I don't forget that. Because that kind of explains what I was wondering about yesterday. Wherever that is. I put it at the top. Sequence of events. Right? Oh, here we go. Yeah, find research again. Yeah, technically. Or just, let's say jelly boss. This one will be salmon boss. So technically it's not just fighting the boss, you have to bring the item back, but I think I'll know that. So those are the triggers for these cutscenes. Now we know. And then after these two bosses, which are kind of like, they're linear, you have to get these bosses. Then all the bosses just kind of appear randomly. Because the rest of the research is not mandatory. These two are mandatory so that you at least do some. But after that, you don't have to do any more to mindfuck. You don't have to do any more to beat the game. It's just to get the 100% progression. Okay. I'll save that and close it. Okay. Alright. So we got all that. I'm looking at what I had before and seeing if it reminds me of anything. I don't think so. Wetsuit, dive suit, mini sub, detector, super fuel, metal tank bomb. Okay, so there are a couple like quirk ones that I want to add. Research. Okay, yeah, I think there are quirk progress points that I want to add as well. Like I'm gonna write them as quirk. The progress quirk well. I want you to, if you see a well, that's one of your progress points, like a percentage. Quirk Flecto is one quirk. Punk Duck is one of my quirks. And Megal is a quirk. I think that's all the quirks. That I want to tie to progression. Because the rest of them are just kind of more like visual stuff. But these are all kind of, I don't know, the well's kind of a visual thing, but I just kind of, it's like it's a big one, right? So seeing a well, seeing the dolphin, acquiring the punk duck, killing Megal. They're like hidden achievements. I gotta think if there's anything else. I guess there's mini games. Yeah, I should probably think about mini games. Because I feel like there should probably be progression applied to mini games. Okay, so plane minigame. I'm thinking I haven't done mini games yet, but in my head, there's going to be like different types of mini games for the plane, but it's based on like where you find the plane is how difficult the stage is. So I was thinking like if you find the plane in the shallows, there'll be like maybe 3 styles of enemy movement, enemy patterns, but they'll all be based on like the monsters that are in the shallows. So there might be a stage where there's like jellyfish that you're bombing. There might be a stage where there's salmon and there might be a stage where there's well, honestly, that's the only 2 I can think of. It doesn't have to be concrete, but the idea is like if you complete any minigame shallow one, you get a progression point. You don't have to do all of them, you just have to do one of them. And the same thing goes for the other places. So yeah, I want variety, but I also want some progress so that you do at least one in each area. So shallow, sea, and deep. And then for the fishing minigame, I think I want to have progress points for catching one of every type of fish, right? That makes sense. And to catch one of every type of fish, you have to fish in the shallows, the sea, and the deep, because that's where you're going to get each of the fish. So I should really just type all the different fish you can catch in here. So I will do that. But first, I'll figure it out. That's jellyfish, salmon. I guess you can catch crab. So I don't think, did I do a bottom for the mini games for the fishing one? I don't think I did. Nah, yeah, it just goes, that's right, I wasn't going to show the bottoms of the mini games. So, like a crab, unless the crab swims, which is not, you won't be able to catch a crab. So I don't think there'll be a crab that you can catch. So it's just all the swimming creatures that you can catch. Okay, so that's, again, jellyfish, salmon, octopus, stingray, shark, anglerfish. I think the ones I've left out are the eel, the crab, here they all are. Jellyfish, octopus, salmon, stingray. Yeah, eel, crab, alien. I should have one for every other type. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. Right, so I can do like jellyfish and salmon appear in shallows, octopus and stingray appear in sea, and shark and anglers appear in deep sea. That's easy enough. So yeah, you just gotta catch one of each type of fish to get progress points from all of them. Like that. I haven't saved this yet. Let's save this. Save it as I don't know. I'll figure it out later. Okay, what else? Is that everything? Is there anything else that are a progress point in my game? Let me think. Take my headphones. My ears hurt. I just gotta kind of like run through the whole game real quick. I've kind of done everything. I've tracked everything through most of the game. Are there any other activities you can perform? I don't think so. Like you can fight the alien, but that's not really a progress point. It might be like a Steam achievement or something to drive off the alien. No, I mean that's how you get the alien tentacle. Maybe not. I'm thinking to get the alien tentacle, you just have to do a certain amount of damage in a stage. And to do that, you're going to need a sub, and you're going to have to like focus on only attacking the alien. Basically, you enter like a deep sea stage, and you do... I'm just going to like figure out the math on it by doing it myself. Where you basically have to spend the whole stage just shooting the alien while you're in the sub. And reach a certain threshold to get it to drop the tentacle and tear it off. It'll be one of those like harder to get items that maybe people won't know about unless they see a guide. Or if they're looking for 100%, right? The 100% completion is to drive them towards that kind of thing. I can't think of anything. Let me look at my like sequence of events. I kind of got rid of my old sequence of events, didn't I? Regret that. Stations, different enemies. Like I could do progression for killing each type of enemy, but I don't think that's necessary. These are the quirks that I have in the game. Pink Seagull as well. UFO at night. The Dolphin, Magaw, Walton, Colio Wing, the Punk Duck, and the Fireworks. Yeah, the ones that I wanted to be progression are the ones that I've already done. All the stuff you can do on the dock. Honestly, I think that's it. That's all I can think of. I'm gonna stop with this many progression points. I don't know how many this is in total. Count it real quick. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I kind of want to know how much percentage everything is. It would help. So one. Alright, it ended up being 53, which isn't ideal. I would have loved if it would have like hit right on 50, because then it would be, you know, each progression point is worth 2%. It being 53 makes it annoying. That kind of makes me want to just get rid of 3 of these if I can cut 3. I could cut all 3 of the plain ones and say that those don't actually apply to the progression. Because you can't really fail the plain ones, right? There's no achievement there. Technically. So I could cut these 3 and make it an even 50. I like that idea. Maybe I'll do that. I think I will. Fuck. Plain, you're out. And now we have an even 50. Perfect. Every point is worth 2%. And now I don't have to add anything else. Genius. So yeah, you don't have to do the plain ones to get 100% on the game. I mean, it was kind of unnecessary anyway. Okay, status globals. Already got 1, but there's a lot more than this. Most of these are probably going to equal a value of 0. I don't know how many I would have. I'm going to just do a handful. I don't think there's that many of these. So I do have a couple stats in here. So upgrade is a pretty dominant one. Upgrade equals 0 to start the game. Loot. You need to know how much loot you have. And you start off at 0. But yeah, this is... If you have 100 loot when you save the game and exit the game, whatever, then you'll have 100 when you come back in. I'm gonna save it for you. So we need to have it in here. Upgrade kind of determines what upgrade your inn, so I don't really have to do anything with all that. Okay, so we have spawn, that doesn't really count. Wake direction, helicopter location, parent ID, all these are seating. Pause, keybinds, okay, none of that really. Down here's got a few things. So we have the time. We want to know what time it is. It'll start at 0, that's fine. I think the night box is important to save. What about ship X and ship Y? I don't think that's something to save. I think every time you start a new game, you're going to start at the dock. So that's not something I'm going to save. That's more like a normal variable, whatever the hell I call it. Like the alien X and Y, I'm not going to save that information. Once you load the game, he'll just go back to his home spot. His HP, that won't save. That'll just reset. Technically, alien attack, but alien attack at this point is actually just that's a good question. Alien attack is what exactly? There's a cutscene. It's this reveal run, right? No, because there's this depth finding one. I feel like I've done something wrong here. Where's the cutscene where you first go into the corals? It's not the depth finder. It would be the one after the depth finder, but it's not the map either. Did I leave one out? I don't think I would have. Then again, that thing that I was talking about where the alien's HP was over the submarine the entire time, it turns out, yeah, it was, and I just never noticed. So sometimes I make really dumb mistakes. What happened? Did I forget one? Did I leave one out? Meteorite, reveal, depth finder, and then it goes straight in the map. But there's definitely a cutscene in between these two. What happened to that? Yeah, so this is the depth finder cutscene that ends with this guy getting eaten. And then there's this cutscene right here where they go into the coral area. And then after that is scuba suit, and then this is map. I think I left some cutscenes out. Ow. Did I really do that? I must have. How did I do that? I had them numbered and everything. Damn it. Now, Control D. This would be corals. Damn, this is gonna mess up my numbers. That's easy enough. I'll just get rid of a quirk, right? I wonder if I forgot anything else. That means in here, we've added an extra one. I'm gonna go through the list again. Make sure I ain't missed nothing. Alright, so we got the intro. It's all this. Alright, and then we've got Meteorite. That's this one. We've got Tiki War, which is the reveal. Oh, right. Up to this point. And then we've got the Depth Finder, which is this one. And that one. And we got corals right here. This one would be Scuba Suit. This one's the map. This is the dive suit. This one is compass. This one is submarine. This one is oil rig. We have resonator. Final start. And this is finale. And then credits I don't have in here yet. Alright, yeah, that's all of them. I guess I left one out. Crap. It happens. So I have an extra one. I have to cut one if I want 50. I'm thinking I cut one of these quirks. Probably the well. Well, seems like the one that is less likely to be a progress point. So whatever, we'll cut the well. There, we're back to 50. Should be. Save again. Okay, so what I was saying before is alien attack is actually, or alien trigger, I mean. Yeah, alien trigger is actually the coral one. So when you get this cutscene, that's technically alien trigger. So I can cut that one. What about alien growth? I think alien growth is another one of these. I don't remember where I was gonna have the alien grow. I think the alien is supposed to grow after you like do a certain amount and then it gets bigger. I just don't remember what I decided for that because it was a long time ago. I think when you get the submarine is when it grows. That makes sense. So maybe cutscene sub is alien grow. Because that's when it makes its like big kill. And that means you're like, yeah. When it grows, it just gets bigger, so its hitbox is bigger. Seems like a good time to make the alien bigger as well. But yeah, I think that'll be alien grow. But alien trigger. Well, never mind. Let's keep doing statuses. Is that all the statuses then? Map pieces, upgrade, loot, time, nightbox. I feel like I don't like this nightbox one, and I should do something where the nightbox is just based on time. I think whatever I did to code this nightbox, I don't know. The nightbox is kind of important because it figures out like how much my dynamic light shifts based on this. And it was too complicated to figure out to convert the time, which is a huge number. Like it starts shifting in the nighttime at around 63,700. So converting that into like 0 to 1 or whatever is really difficult. So I guess I'll just keep the night. I think that's it. For statuses. Alright, so we still have these functional globals. So I've got 2 explode X's. I don't know how that happened. Alright. I think I typed one in and then I just copy pasted. So we got explosion X, explosion Y, parent ID, helicopter location, wake direction, which I didn't even end up using wake direction. I kept it in there because I might use wake direction, and it still functions. It's just doing this particles part was difficult. I'm gonna keep it in there still. Maybe I'll remember. Oh yeah, I should make notes real quick. Corals. Let's make a note here that this is alien trigger and sub alien. That way I remember that that's where those apply. Okay. We got spawn, pause. There's a couple more that go here. And it would be these ones down here. Alright, so we have ones we haven't used. Global ship X equals 500. Global ship Y equals 80. Global X. I haven't checked these numbers to see if they're still accurate since I've updated the map, I don't think. Oh yes, alien attack. I was trying to remember what alien attack is for. Alien attack is whether the alien appears in the stage that you're in, if it's technically attacking. Mr. Alien. Actually, its name is Gravitas. Is that it? Look at the stuff that I had before. These are key bindings. I don't really need any of that information. I want to look at what I did for Gazzard as far as my scripts. These are sprites, scripts. Alright, so in Gazzard I had HP, strength, facing. This facing is silly. I don't need that anymore. There's so many things I've done in Gazzard that are unoptimal. There's no way to go back either. There's so much work. I'm just gonna have to, like, I don't know, maybe I'll end up recoding a lot of Gazzard, who knows. I know it's a bad idea in a lot of cases. But yeah, Gazzard's coding is not nearly as good as Gravitas. And Gravitas is still not optimal. Champion stuff, Were-Raptor. This is just like customization options. Boss room, collectibles, vent test, where I guess eventually there will be like achievement globals, but I still don't even know how like achievements work with Steam. That's something I'm gonna do at the very end of my project, because I don't even know how they work. Like, how do you tell Steam when you've reached a certain achievement? I'm sure it's not that hard because everybody does it. But yeah, that'll be something. There might be tutorials on how to do that. Forgeries are all the different NPCs unlocked. These are all the different buildings. Those resurrection things. Okay, I think that's it. Alright, I think I got all the important stuff. But I think there's some other ones I was thinking of. Oh, right. Options menu stuff. We've done key bindings. We've done progression globals, status globals. So all this stuff down here is technically part of save slots. I have no idea. And everything up here, well, these are not things that need to be saved. This stuff are part of the options. And then there's other parts of options that I just haven't done yet. So there's key bindings. What are the other options menu stuff? This is something that I'm not too aware on either. Computer's running pretty slow. I've noticed a couple times when I like close a project or something, it just takes a moment. I think my computer's getting old. I mean, it was already old, but I've been noticing the streams have not been that great. Though they still record okay. The mic's still working? Yeah, good. Alright. So, what do I need for options? It's also options. So languages, that would be an option. So at the moment it's just going to be English. No, we got to say something like option, global option, language. I mean, I might as well set up for the future if I plan on doing language options. And I was going to make like a little slider for it in the options menu so that I do that at some point. I don't know about difficulty. Why put a question mark there? I don't know if I'm going to put difficulty options in the game. I know it's an accessibility thing. I don't even know what I would do with difficulty options. It would take a lot of like rewriting stuff too. It depends on how difficult it is to implement, right? I haven't really planned for difficulty options. But, okay, what would I do if I did difficulty options? Considering the game's at normal now. So if I wanted to make things easier, I would have enemies have half as much health. So, basically, easy would be like 0.5. Normal is 1 and hard is 2. So at easy I can just multiply like enemy HP or whatever by 0.5 or whatever the difficulty level is. Same thing with all this stuff, right? Times HP, and then for like hard difficulty, everybody's got twice as much HP. That's one way I can do it, and it wouldn't be too difficult. I just have to go through every single enemy and set that up. I could also do like how much loot you need to purchase things, and then yeah, whatever that is. So it would be like 0.5 times price, 1 times price, yeah, right, 2 times price. So basically you have to get more fragments on harder difficulty levels. Is that the only 2 difficulty options I really need? I think so. I mean, I could make the game move slower on easier difficulties, but I don't know. Make less projectiles, but there's really not that many projectiles to start with. I could give you more hits before you die, but I haven't really set my game up to be accommodating for that. If I just do these 2 things, though, I mean, that would be easy enough to implement. I don't know. I'm just not like a huge fan of difficulty options too. I don't know, it's just like, they're good, but it's always, you can never really tell what difficulty option you should go with. I've so many times played a game where I've set it to hard and it turns out it's just way too hard, or I've set it to like normal and it's just way too easy. And that makes me want to kind of like design everything around the standard difficulty. And yeah, players either have to get good or be a little bored that it's maybe too easy. I don't know. Fuck. I don't know if I like it either, right? If enemies have twice as much HP and they are basically dropping half the amount of loot you need, that's just gonna make the game, it's not really making the game harder, it's just making the game longer, right? Like, it's more of a drag. But then again, it does make it harder because if you ever die, you lose all your progress, which again just makes the game longer and more frustrating in my opinion. And I'm honestly, I'm not feeling the difficulty option thing. I guess I can always add it later if I feel like I need to, but I'm just not thinking I'm gonna go ahead with that. Okay, cutscene skipping. I thought about making it to where there's an option in the options menu to where basically if you check this box, it's off by default, but if you check it, it'll make it to where you can skip cutscenes with 1 press instead of having to hold a button down. It's just for anybody who's going for like speedrun or whatever. It's a speedrunner friendly option to just automatically skip cutscenes. I could even do it like that to like, it won't even play cutscenes if you turn this on. Like, yeah, I could do instant, hold, and like auto, right? 3 different options. That's something that makes the game more fun for future playthroughs when you don't care about cutscenes anymore and you don't want to keep mashing or holding the button to skip a cutscene. I don't know. Is that really necessary? It's kind of like a quality of life thing. I think I will add that. I just think it's a good option. I mean, what I could do also is make it to where you have to beat the game once before you unlock the cutscene skip option. But I don't know. I'll put it in. Global option. That'll be 0, 1, and 2. So I want the default to be hold. Instant. And then auto. Alright, next difficulty option, auto shoot. This is important. This is an accessibility thing. I spend a lot of time thinking about accessibility in the game and what I can do. There's a lot of options that I wasn't, it's going to take some programming, but I totally want to do it. I was thinking about, of accessibility things when I was talking about fonts earlier. And then that just brought me up thinking about like people I've known. I knew a guy in the military, he only had one arm, and it was always wild to see how he like plays games. You know, imagine using a controller, but you've only got your one hand to do it. So basically, he just uses pinky and his thumb for most of his movements. Or playing like a Game Boy, he'd learn how to use his pinky and his thumb really well. Like it was incredible watching him play. So like having things like key bindings helps him out. He was always talking about how he loves any games that has key bindings so that he can swap keys on his keyboard around. But also, I had it wasn't really a cousin. It's more like a friend, like a close family friend. Their son, he was like wheelchair bound and had problems like a cleft hand or whatever. I don't know his exact illness, but he was one of those types though that would play a lot of those games where it's completely mouse controlled games. Because he could use a mouse, but he wasn't very good at like using the keyboard and the mouse. So that's why I wanted to add auto shoot and auto move, so that you can play the game completely with a mouse without having to actually press anything other than like the left and right mouse buttons sometimes if you choose to. So I want to put those options in. So we'll do auto shoot. Probably do like here. So I mean, the game's already got like a hold feature. Oh, but I haven't put it on the scuba diver or the snorkel. I'm gonna do that so that you can just hold the button. I think I might have already done that. Actually. So this one's really just got an on-off. We'll set it to off by default. Yeah. All right. I mean that's easy enough. Auto move. So this one has values. We'll set it to 0. And then 0 is off. 1 is 8 directional. And 2, looks like 1 to 8. 2 is precise. So the mouse movement, the way I'm thinking of doing it, if it's off, the mouse doesn't really move. You have to click to move, maybe? Will I do that? Yeah, I could do it like to a right button makes the character move to the point that you click. I'm going to have to set up mouse controls at some point. Actually, that should go on the to-do list. Where would that go? Do that last. I could do that before I do the map. I guess I'll throw that here. Yeah. Mouse controls. Actually, just all controls. Oh, we'll do mouse controls, gamepad, controls. I don't have those in the game. So yeah, we'll do all the new control stuff. Thing is, I'll have the key bindings once I finish all this stuff up. Might as well do the new control scheme afterwards. Alright. Oh wait, I was using that. Okay. Gotta scroll down here. There we go. Where did I skip a space? The mouse controls on by default. Well, I guess off would be just click. Or I guess it wouldn't be left click, it'd just be click. Whatever click you decide. It might be left click or right click, I don't know. I think I'll set it up to where left click is fire, right click is move. Yeah, so click will be by default. And if you don't want to play with the mouse, you just don't use the mouse. Then make sure this is... Alright, so... I guess there's full screen option. Is that something that I said? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know what this is going to be. Because I don't know how to do windowed and borderless. Well, I know how to do windowed. I don't know how to do borderless. So at the moment, it's just like full screen or not full screen. But I feel like I need to have a setup to do borderless because I know a lot of people like that. Or because people who have like multiple monitors. I don't know how to do it, but I should probably prepare for it. Should I use the word full screen then? Shouldn't I use like window type or something? Yeah, I guess so. Is it window type? What is the normal full screen option actually? What does it look like in the normal options menu? Easy, I can find that real quick. Okay, look at my reference folder. Isn't this amazing? I ended up sorting all my references. So I have like all my different anthro creatures, and just some random stuff, different creatures, creepy stuff, effects, environments, memes, menus, poses, different like bodies. But I want menus, and I want menus again. And then I took some screenshots of Cult of the Lamb while I was playing it because it's got really good options menu. So I think I passed it. It was back this way. There we go. This is their options menu. So we got difficulty. I'm not gonna have vibration. I might have vibration stuff. I don't know how to do all this stuff. I probably should put vibration in the game, right? I don't have a controller that does vibrating, so I don't really know about that kind of thing. Maybe I should have that. I should at least like think about it, right? Alright, let's throw that in there. Like for difficulty, I just put a little question mark there, vibration. I don't know if I'm gonna do it or not, but it's there. Language, control prompts, graphic. So full screen mode, yes, what they use. We'll just say that then. What type of windows are there? I usually always play my games in full screen. I feel like default, I do want to be full screen. Maybe. No, maybe not. I don't know, it's hard to tell, like, what do you set a game at by default? Most games open in full screen. Yeah, I guess so. I guess default. would be that. So this would be windowed. All I can think of is borderless. Are there other ones? I feel like there probably are, and I can't think of them. I'll just do this. Resolution, that's probably an important one that I don't know anything about as well. And how best to do resolution? Should I do a bunch of numbers? Should I just do like this? And be whatever it is. I mean, the default will be 1920 by 1080. I don't know why that's not the default on most stuff. Right, just set it up like this. And then I'll have the different options available. I don't know all the different resolution stuff. I don't know, honestly. Besides like the normal aspect ratios, I do know some people have weird looking computer screens. I'm just going to put a question mark for now, because I don't know what all resolution I'm going to have, but I'm probably going to have options. I'll figure it out later. Like I said here, I'm doing the options UI basic stuff because I just don't know all the UI stuff, but I should at least have it kind of figured out so that I can implement it in the future after I learn. So VSync, I know how to do VSync, but I don't know how to make it work. Every time I've enabled VSync, it just slows the game down way too much. And from what I've read online, that seems to be something to do with like the test runner. And if I was to actually export the project and then run it, apparently VSync might work fine. I don't know. I feel like I have to get it working though, because the VSync looks really terrible without it on. So I'm at least going to put an option in. By default, it will be off. Brightness, I don't know if I'm going to do a brightness or not. I don't even know how to implement a brightness. Right. I definitely don't have graphics presets. Lighting quality, I don't have that. I don't have environmental detail. I don't have shadows, vignettes. I don't have any of this kind of like special stuff. I don't even know how to implement any of this special stuff. I've got dynamic lighting and that's on by default and there's no way to turn it off. Screen shake, I don't do screen shake. I might need to do screen shake just for the extra juice, but I haven't planned on it. Personally, I don't like screen shaking, so I haven't designed it in mind. Text scale is a nice accessibility thing, but I'm not going to do that. Most of my text is going to be very large anyway, so it could work for anybody. I'm not really going to have many flashing lights besides the like explosions, and they're pretty mild. I definitely have volume stuff. I'm not going to put brightness in because I don't find myself implementing that. But there is volume. At least a master volume, a music, and then sound effects. But do I even have a master volume? If I've only got 2 volume options, do you even bother with? I mean, they did. Well, they had 3, but they have a master. But to me, it just seems like just lower the music and the sound effects. There you go, and cut out the whole master part of the equation. So it seems kind of unnecessary to do a master volume slider when you've got the music and the sound effects are the only 2 types of volume in the game. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna do a master. Should we start at 100%? I feel like starting at like 75%. And it's probably gonna be 0.75, 0 to 1. I don't know how to do, I mean, I've done sounds, I put sounds and music in the game before, but I haven't done much of it. That's something we'll get to later. But I know that you're just like multiplying your your volume, or whatever sound you're doing, you're gonna multiply it by whatever this global option is. So that, yeah, whatever this option is will change the value of sound. And yeah, by default, I want my normal sound to be at like 75. And then if people want to turn it up a bit or turn it down, they yeah, so I'll do 75% as a default. Because everybody's computer's a little different. Everybody's sound and speakers are different. So being able to raise it a little is good too. Okay, anything else? Got all the key binding stuff. I think that's it. Actually, I think this is the reason I decided to do different save slots. When I was playing this and I was looking at all the... I went into the options menu because that's what I always do first, and I was like, oh yeah, this is a good reference for all the options I can add to the game. And once I went through it and took pictures and I left it and I hit play, I was like, oh, that's a good idea. I should do multiple save slots as well, because I live alone and I play games alone, but other people have multiple people playing the same game, right? So more save slots is good for that reason. That's something I wouldn't normally think about. That's why it's good to like play games and get inspired by stuff like that. Alright, I think we're done. Holy cow. 3 hours just planning shit. Wow. That's awesome. Alright, let's implement all that crap. At least I have it figured out. But yes, that was all important. So I'm gonna end up gutting this initialize. I'm still gonna use it, but for like, I definitely need it for Go2 or something, but I need to convert all this into my new scripts, which is kind of what I was doing all that for. Let's start with the options though. So let's start with save options. Alright. Oh, let me look at this real quick. So the way that this works, this is a script. The function is script save options, and it's got a little variable here, but there's nothing set to that. Just something you add, and it'll run through this script. If file exists, options.save. So this is like it's an any file. It's a notepad kind of file that's saved on under your computer, under the folder that the game is in. This is how saving works. And this is a very basic saving system. There's ways of doing like encrypted stuff. I don't care about cheating. If people want to cheat, they can cheat. I don't give a fuck. Personally, I like cheating in games. Sometimes I just cheat because I don't want to waste all my time. Games that allow you to just like skip shit, or let's say you're playing the game and there's some like catastrophic failure. It's kind of good to have the option to just go through the any files and put yourself back where you were so you can continue playing the game. You don't have to play it all over again because the save got corrupted or some shit, right? That's why I think encrypting saves is just dumb. There's no reason to do it. Especially, I mean, if you're not doing like an online thing, it's a whole different thing. Anyway, this is saying, if this file exists, we're going to delete that file. And then we're going to open a new file, options, save. So basically, if there's a if there was already a saved version of this options, we're deleting it and we're creating a new one. So yeah, this overwrites the previous option. Okay, and then it's gonna write save one. Honestly, I'm gonna change these things around. So I don't know. I don't really have to change. But there's no reason to have like multiple saves for options stuff, right? But then there's no reason to even say save. I don't remember what this actually looks like. That's one of the problems. I feel like I should go like open a Gazard file and find this. If I can remember where it's at. Because it's somewhere like in Game Maker's folders, which could be anywhere because Game Maker just like puts folders everywhere on your computer. It's in the My Documents, it's in the C drive, it's in the drive that I actually told it to install into, which is my solid state drive. Which is really dumb. I hate programs that do that. It's like, I want you to install your thing here. Okay. It installs it there, and it's like, and we're also going to put it in all these places as well. Without your permission. Honestly, I don't know where this any is. I could try and run a search for it. That'll be the best thing to do. Let's look for... I couldn't find it. I might not have one because I haven't run Gazard in a while. I just don't remember where this saves exactly. It would be nice to look at it to remind myself how this actually works. I honestly don't know where it is or where to even begin looking. Could be in the project folder, but I don't know. Let me check. And that would be the first place to look, I guess. Data files, no. No. Not here. The different shaders. It'll end up being in like program data or something. GameMaker Studio 2, let's check here. Nope, that folder's empty. Why did you even create that folder then, huh? I went through here and deleted every GameMaker Studio folder. So I know that everything that's been created has been created since the last time I installed GameMaker Studio. And yeah, it drops little folders everywhere, all over your computer. And most of the folders are fucking empty. Maybe I have to open up Gazard and just create a save real quick. It might be that I just don't have a save for Gazard, because that would be how I find it. All right, I'm gonna skip on that. I would really like to know what these actually look like though. I could just like quickly run a save. So I would have to, okay, let's do that. I can set this up and then I'll run a save and I'll see what it is and then I'll change it. Sounds like the way to go. The first thing I need is all these options, which is this stuff. I'm gonna paste this in here to make it easier. That's all the stuff we have to save in the options menu, or the options any. Because this is separate from a normal game save stuff, right? Anytime you change the options, it is something that's just permanent, that's loaded right when you open the game. While the other kind of stuff is loaded when you open the particular save you're trying to load. So this is like standards, which will be key bindings. It's going to take a while. I wonder what the best way to go about this is. Like, this isn't even where I'm setting this stuff up. This is where I'm just applying it once it's already been created. Like, you load the defaults before you load any of this stuff. And then this saves inside this any file, like under key pause, it'll say whatever my pause key was. It's going to save it, so the next time I load the options, it will pull this value and apply that to this global. That's how that works. But, alright, to set this up, I need to, I think the easiest way to do this is I go here, go like that, and add that, alright? Because that's on the end of every one of these. And as long as there's, like I put this before the commas, and I can figure everything out. And then this part is just whatever the end part is. So I get rid of this. Get rid of this. Alright, and I paste all these on the end of here, and then fill in the blank. I think that's the best way to do this. Let's get to work. Once I get this and I save it, I should have some sort of standard thing that'll make this easier to do in the future. But then again, you only do this once per game, right? How optimized do you have to get? I should be thankful anytime I get to this stage of a game that I have to do saving and loading, because that means I've done pretty well, right? You should be grateful to do all this work. But I have set it up to be kind of a universal thing, so it's easier to copy and paste it later. Like, the way I had it set up for Gazard isn't nearly correct for Gravitas. And honestly, Gazard's missing a lot of keyboard shortcuts that I should be using. that, cool. Alright, I paste all that onto these, but, or put it in the front of that, it makes. Okay, so take this, copy, and then if I hit insert and hit paste, at least it didn't break anything. It would just be nice if it would go back to the beginning. I had to hit it with a mouse. Very accurate. And click just to the left of it though. Things a little easier. And I just type in here all the stuff that I'm doing. Oh my god. Like, is this even, I guess it is necessary. They all have to be unique. I mean, I could like, if I double click this, oh, that's perfect. Copy. Wasn't sure because I have the underscores there if it would actually grab it all. That's way easier. And this is an exciting stream, isn't it? Oh, this is game dev right here. It's not all fireworks. I don't know what to say. A lot of tedium. Kind of down with it though. I love doing stuff like this, honestly. No joke. I've always done stuff like, I don't know, like mostly like modding. For some reason, I'll just do modding stuff. I do like these super long like notepad files too, where I'll just like, I don't know, I just like recording data or something. I don't know what. Like, this is my jam. Repetitive menial tasks. I'm like, I find it very relaxing. So, it's one of my superpowers, definitely. Like organizing, I like find joy in organizing stuff, which I know it's not like too many people are like that. But yeah, like I was saying when I showed this like picture of all my references that I finally got around to organizing, it just made me feel really good to like look at all these folders, and inside the folders are more folders where you can get more and more organized. I don't know. I guess that's just the type of person I am. Okay, so now we just slide this in here. But all these are going to need what am I doing? There's a function. Highlight it all. Yeah, and like what I was saying there, I like menial tasks. Like, I'll do something like this 100 times before I go, why am I even doing it that way? I know a way to do it better. But sometimes I just like doing it the hard way. I don't know. Like, sometimes I'll color stuff in instead of using this fill tool, just because I get joy from that. Here. There we go. Then I got little notes. The options, use the key bindings. We've created the ini. We've wrote in each one of these our different globals that we've come up with. And then we close the ini at the end. And that's what this script does. A lot of these do not exist yet, but we're going to fix that here. Alright, so that's all the save options. I think load options is very similar to this. I should open it. Not quite. It's going to be a lot of work too. Yep, it's just like all backwards. And I think these are our defaults. Yeah. Okay, so the way load options works is it's same thing. Function, script, load options. If file exists, this option saves, so it's checking for this ini that we have here. If it exists, it's going to open it. And once it opens it, it's going to set our global, key pause, is going to equal this thing right here, whatever this is. And the way this works is, because I remember this, it says, this is the thing it's looking for, this is the subcategory in it, and this last one is, if it doesn't come back with anything in this, then it's going to set this as a default. So yeah, if this is something that it can't set it as, it will use this instead. So you put your defaults on the end. That way the first time you open this, it'll set all this stuff. Oh no, okay. Thinking this different. If somebody goes in and edits the options thing and they screw something up, right? Then this ensures, like, if, like I was saying before, if they want to cheat and they go in and they change some values but they accidentally remove something, then when this when the options load, if it gets to a point that was removed and it can't find it, then it will just return a default value, and then the person has to reset that variable, right? And if there was no options, like say they deleted it, or it's the first time you've opened the game, it'll go with this default stuff to start with. And then when you save, it'll save all this default stuff to the save things so that you can be loaded next time. And if you want to change things, you just change these things, save them. All right, that's how saving loading options work. Now I got to get all this crap in here. Sucks. I think I'll start with the bottom. Actually, I've already got the bottom figured out, right? What all this stuff is. There we go. Decided I don't want to. Alright, now I can use all this to find. I hope that this doesn't mess. I don't think it will. I'm pretty sure you can save things as scripts, but this I'm not 100% on. We'll find out if I get errors later. Because I've never... Is this true? I've never done that. Okay. Right, I'm using like actual values for all this stuff. Yeah, so I've never actually tried assigning something like this, but we'll see if that works. It might not. If it doesn't work, then I'll just have to assign these to numbers, kind of like I've done with this, and make notes to know which is which. I can always do that. It just would be easier if I can just look at it and see what it is. Alright, so I gotta translate all that up here. And that shouldn't be too hard to do. I'm basically copying and pasting and then removing the end part. So I'm moving the end part down here. That makes it actually easier because I've got two parts and I just add this in the middle. Okay, so what I need to do, all this, put it here, space so I can tell. Alright, and then at the end here, going to be parentheses in front of all these. It causes a lot of errors, but I'll fix that later. There we go. And then I just need the front part in. So what I need to do, get rid of this part. Do this. We've already got the equals down there. We just copy that. Okay, cool. And then put it right here. Oh, get all that correct? Okay. This part now. And do what I did before. Wait, I'm not copying the right thing, am I? This part. Starting to go cross-eyed when you're having fun. The options is the easy part. You saw how many ones we have to do for saving the game, loading the game. Just getting started. this will be the most boring stream. I don't know, I've had some pretty boring streams. I think it goes with the territory. I think I do pretty well. I make errors every now and then. Like forgetting that one cutscene or forgetting that the enemy's health is on the final stage and I never turned it off. But for stuff like this, I find that I do a pretty good job of not screwing up when I think it's really easy to screw something up here. Just by like clicking in the wrong spot or something, not paying attention to it. And if you miss it, who knows how hard it'll be to actually like find where you screwed up before. Alright, that's all that. That all still looks good. Just need to this space. Alright, I'm good with that. Close this one, close that one. I want to run that script. I think as long as I have this initialized, I'm trying to think, will anything break? Initialize runs before, well right now load options doesn't load at all. What makes a script run automatic? I think initialize particles is an automatic script. Is it because of this at region or Palm region? I kind of worry about this because I know that there was a change to Game Maker Studio where some scripts run automatically at the start of the game. And there's some things that I don't want to run automatically. Like, I don't want the save game to run automatically. I don't know how to designate that, right? We're just gonna find out. If all this stuff, like when I start the game, if it runs through every script, that's gonna be a bad time. I guess one thing I do is script. What? Well, I don't know. I was thinking if I just type some stuff that would cause a crash, then I would be able to prove whether it, did the right, if it loaded automatically. But what do I do to cause a crash? I should be a professional at this. I need something that'll cause the crash without, while still loading the game. Which would be oh yeah, I can just say, I don't know, poop equals life. Right? If I do this, it's gonna say, could not find variable life if it runs this script. If it doesn't run this script, it should never get to this. I believe so. So if the game crashes as soon as I load the game, then it ran this script. If I don't run this script, then there shouldn't be a crash, I think. Because technically, all this stuff would still work. None of this would cause a problem, even though none of it's actually used in the game. But this down here will not work. Oh, this is still fine. Trying to think if anything would break. I should be able to play the game just fine right now. I mean, I did it earlier, right? Yeah, when I showed off and nothing broke. Let's see what happens. Okay, well, it opened. Nothing crashed, so I guess the script didn't play, which is good. Not supposed to. I like the dolphin. I need to set his value back down low again so he doesn't show up every time. I kind of like playing with him. He's fun. Okay, well that seemed to work. Let's go back out. Now we actually have to run the save options somehow. I guess the easiest way to do that. Oh wait, no, load options is something that's supposed to be run immediately when the game starts, right? So for me, actually the first room in the game is the initializer. Yeah, technically this is the first thing that runs, it's initializer. Which is what I was doing before, but I'll probably end up changing that. But for now, I can use that by just loading my thing here. So we need to run the script, which I totally don't remember how to do. Real quick, I'm gonna check. Mic's still working, good. I'm paranoid. How do I run a script again? It's not hard. I'll remember. Saving, loading scripts. So scroll down. We want this one. So this is how you execute a script. Like that. Script, execute, and then you type in your script that you want to execute. Very simple. So there we go. When I run through these initial settings, at the very end here, it should execute the load options and create this ini with the default values, which is basically what I've been doing. So what I'm going to do the load options, and then I'm just also going to have the basic ones at the top. All right, let's hit play, and that should work. Okay, so that loaded all the options. Nothing crashed. That's good. Now we close. I want to find that file, if I can. And that file is called options.save. And I can't find it, so now I'm going to go through all my Game Maker Studio stuff and see if I can find it. But before all that, I can use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, hold on. Oh, we have music. Oh, it's Minecraft. Just can't hear it at all. Like seriously, I can't hear it at all. Oh, there it goes. Come on, Minecraft. Up the tempo. Look how big my head is. You've been real close to me all stream. You see every hair on my head. 1, 2, 3 hairs. Alright, so this worked. We confirmed that. I'll have to edit this in a bit. But then again, I'll have to change all my code. Go through these one at a time, so that'll be a fun process. That's also a part of this. But first, let's get the saving stuff. Right, I was going to look for where my saving and loading stuff is. There. Go through all these files and see if I can find it. The program files. Oh, program files, this one. Program data, there it is. Go to. We got UI. Run timers, users, again. I'm gonna run a full scan, but I might have to find this thing. I could always like Google it, maybe I can find it that way. Yeah, maybe. Okay, real quick. When I create options thing. Wait, what about this? If I do keyword help on this, will it tell me where it's checking? This function will return true if the specified file exists and false if it does not. Note that the function can only be used to check local files, but not any files stored on a remote server. But it doesn't tell you where that file would be. File system. If I go back. Now, why doesn't it tell you where these files are on your computer? That would be nice to know. File handling? No, it might be here. At some point, while creating game necessary, whatever. File system. It doesn't tell you where your files are, which would have been nice to know. Oh wait, here we go. Any files. Oh, here. I wonder if this actually is an any. I think it's not an any. I think it's just well, like it says it's a dot save. I know it can be opened with the normal text editor. I've looked at it before. I just gotta find it. Okay, I'm gonna Google it. Real quick. GameMaker Studio. What's this function called again? It is called file exists, any open. Oh wait, let me check this one. Settings, save data, any. Okay, all that makes sense, but where the hell is it? It still doesn't tell me where it is on the computer. All right, yeah, let's Google this. Studio, any open location. Where are any files stored? Percent app data. Oh yeah, that's right. To find percent app data, I actually have to type it into the search bar. There it is. Oh fuck, is it under local or roaming? Local app data. Yep. That was my percent app data empty. That's not the right one. There's nothing in here. A bunch of empty folders. That ain't right. Yeah, I don't think this is the right folder. Yeah, I think percent app data is... I thought all I had to do was search for percent app data to find it. Percent app data percent. Is it? Oh, there it is. Got it. It's like a hidden file on the computer. I know that. And it's hidden because there's important stuff in it that if you delete, then screw stuff up. Okay, here it is. Cool. We'll find this thing. Ah, this is it? No, that's debugger. The hell is it? Oh, is it because I never actually saved, right? That's what's going on. So it might be in here, but I haven't actually saved my options. I've only loaded my options. Okay, let me do that. Yeah. Save options. So real quick, because I totally forgot. Group does not equal life anymore. Life returned. Not found. Alright, yeah, we need to save. So we're gonna, right after we load our options, we're just gonna save our options. Let's run the game, so it'll do that. And that should create the file that I'm looking for. Oh, crash. Oh, okay. This seems to be the one that I was worried might cause a crash, and it seems like it did. Save options, line 32. This one. So the reason this one broke is because that is the very first one. It's a language. Yeah, it's the first one where I use this, and apparently I can't use that. So now we know. So instead of English, it would be 0. This one, instead of that, 0. Gotta change that everywhere. Here, instead of English, 0. Go to that, 0. All right. Is that the only two? I think those are the only two, but they're down here as well. Okay, let's try it again. Oh. Game open. That's good. All right, that should have created the file. Now let's see if I can find it. I'm still not seeing it. I know, I just went through everything. Okay, let me read some more. Percent app data, local app data. Wait, okay. It might not be in this folder. Is it? No, this ain't it. Yeah, I still can't find it. Everything people are saying is incorrect. Because I'm in percent app data. And it says you will find it in your project name, but I do not see it in my project name. Oh, wait, okay, there's something here. Best way to find open this folder is just use menu, help, open project data. Help, open project in Explorer. Okay, this is the project, but this isn't where files are saved. So no. I'll look, but whoever posted this has no idea what they're talking about. Maybe I'm just looking at the wrong thing. No, yeah, this isn't right. That's just all the project files. It's not where this file is being saved. Alright, none of you help me. Let's keep looking. Where are any files stored while developing? It's in app data, local game name for me. App data, local. Oh, I found it. Yes, okay. So when you open %app data, go back out and go to local and make sure to get the %app data, you've actually had to search it in the search bar with %app data %. Click that and that'll actually bring up the folder that you need. And then, yeah, back out of roaming, go to local, and then under local is the title of your project is a folder. And then that's where the ini is saved. Open this. Here we go. Finally got what we were looking for. Let me hide all things real quick. Make sure the mic still works. I'm gonna keep that open. Okay, and then I will swap scenes so you can see what I'm looking at. That's not right. There we go. Here it is. Options, notepad. So this is what it's actually doing. So under save one. So what it's doing is it's creating like this header or whatever with the first thing. And the second thing, oh, I guess it sets it in ABC order on its own. That's kind of cool. Right, does it? Is it just in reverse order? It's in reverse order, isn't it? Yeah, this is the top thing. Okay, yeah, it's in reverse order. So yeah, under save one and key confirm space equals, and this number is what I set confirm space to be 32 on the keyboard, should be spacebar. So that's what that is. So yeah, it looks like everything needs to be converted to numbers. It's just why my script thing didn't work, or my setting it to be English as like in quotes didn't work. Because things need to be 1s, 0s, or numbers. So that's how this works. If you wanted to edit this and change the key bindings that way, this is like how some games that don't have key bindings, people open up things like this to edit stuff like that, and they write little programs to do it for you. But that's how this kind of thing works. So all I really wanted to know is what was this save one for, and that's really just to set a heading. So that's good to know because I want to test some things out here. Because, okay, so this file is called option, and I've named it right here, options.save. And then this heading is save one. But what I was thinking of doing before is not really necessary. What I should do, I think it does make sense to have like a separate option save file from like a game save file. But in the game save file, seeing as I have 3 slots, this is why I'm kind of like learning this. I was gonna do like 3 save kind of things, but what I should do is just say like saves. Alright, if I do a saves folder and then any open the saves folder, and then this will all be save one. So all this is correct. And then when I do, if I run the script for save slot 2, I'll do save 2. And I think that'll work without creating 3 different files. I create one file and it just checks to see if the thing is in whichever file. There is one more thing I gotta do now I'm thinking about it. I haven't figured out how to set, I need like a variable that figures out if a save file has actually been created. I haven't done that. Like, I think I need a global for that as well, which is kind of like an options variable. So I need to add that into. But that's good enough. So I don't really need like this save thing. Instead, this should be like, okay, this is what this should be. These should be key binding. Bindings. Alright. So instead of saying save one, I want these to be underneath the key bindings topic or whatever. Because that's what all this stuff is. So that's why I wanted to look this up, is I want to organize what my actual files look like and not just use these default variables or the defaults without understanding what they actually do. But now I understand what they do and I can set it up. So all these are under key bindings, under the options. These ones would be, it's options again. Yeah. All right. I need to set that up in the load options as well. Oh, I just did the load options. The save options. Alright, so we got options.save, but all this stuff needs to be key bindings, this options. Oh yeah, I could do Control F. Is there a save one anywhere else in here? No. Was it keep binding? It's keep binding. Cool. That'll be ordered the way I want it to be ordered. Everything else seems good. Cool. Alright, I'm happy with all that. But there, shit, I'm not happy yet. I forgot to add the thing that I was just talking about. Alright, so the thing that I need, the new one here, any, right, real. I should have just copy pasted this. Whatever, we'll type it all out. We need practice typing. Right, so we're gonna need a new global here. I don't know if this is technically an option. Kinda is. What do we call this? I want a variable for like if there is a save in slot 1, if there is a save in slot 2, whether it's like there's a save there or not. Of course, if you delete the save outside of the game, then I need the game to figure out that that save is now gone. Might be able to figure that out. We'll do like save slot 1 exists. So it'll be like a true false. Yeah. There we go. Right, so this is gonna see whether you actually have a save in the slot. Oh no, man, this is more complicated than I'm thinking. All right, we need a new menu. So this isn't options. This is save data. Right, because yes, we're gonna like save, we're gonna save stuff, but we also need to know what we have saved, and that's something I haven't done. Like from the title screen, you need to be able to open the menu and see what has been saved and what percentage everything's at and that kind of stuff. So that needs to be saved in this options menu. So save data, save slot 1 exists, save slot 1 exists, 2 exists, 3 exists. And now I need to know like the other stuff. So right, I shouldn't do. Am I typing it all out? There we go. Copy this times. Okay, so we're gonna need 3 for this. We're gonna know the 3 percentages. Okay, so what I really want to do it this way, but what am I actually gonna have in those little things? I was gonna have like a score, I think, and I was gonna have a percentage completed. I'm not gonna have like a name or anything. It's just gonna be like save 1, save 2, save 3 or something. Like I was thinking, am I gonna have a picture or something? I wonder if the game will run if I get rid of these 3 real quick. I don't know if this will cause a crash. Is this one still good? Yeah. I haven't even touched this save game thing yet. We'll get around to that in a bit. Alright, let's see if the game loads and doesn't crash. Because actually looking at it will help. Oh, and by the way, switch scenes. Also, the game crashed. Okay, abort. Well, I mean, that's easy enough. I just get rid of this. Bam, bam, bam. Good, we're good. Do it again. All right. So, here's the game. We hit new game. What is in these 3 boxes, right? Let's say I mean, it starts off at new save because they're technically all empty. So if the new save slot exists equals false, then it'll say new save. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And then once you hit new save and you start a game and you save the game, the next time you come into the title and you open this up, you'll see your game save here, right? So that's the part I need to figure out. What is actually in this box? And what I was thinking is like there's a percentage on the right. There's probably like a trash can button in like the top right corner or something so that you can click that. Or, damn, I don't even know. I kind of feel like you need to be able to select the trash can using the arrow keys, right? Otherwise, how are you going to delete it when you're using a controller? So I kind of need to like, it sucks, but I got to shrink these buttons and make them like fit in this little area. And then I can put a little smaller box over here with the trash can so you can cycle through the buttons and then side to side to hit the trash can if you want to delete a save. Yeah, that means changing everything I've done here. I mean, it's not that hard, but it's kind of annoying. Alternatively, I have like a trash can with an arrow pointing to the right. So if you come to this save and you see the trash can arrow right, you can if you like mouse over the arrow, there'll be a window that comes out to the right here with the trash can on it. Or it'll be like a check and a minus mark, whether you want to like actually delete this save. Or if you're using keyboard controls, you just press the right button and it'll switch to that window. So basically I have just another window come out. I think I like that idea better. It's gonna be more work. But I think that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna have a little trash can with an arrow pointing to the right. When you press the right or you just mouse over it, it will open a window, which is just a confirm or deny, you know, crashing thing. I kind of need, like, if I just did a trash can, I'd need like something that pops up to say whether you're gonna, you know, are you sure or not anyway. So I might as well just kind of like combine the two, right? I could even make it to where, like, if you mouse over any of this area, it just like causes, kind of like if you're looking at bookmarks folders or whatever, if you mouse over it and then move to the right with the mouse, you don't even have to like go over this. You can just go in any of this area and it'll cause the window to come out. The good news, if I set that up, I only have to do it once and then I just move it based on which one you have open, right? And you should be able to delete stuff from in here too. So once I set it up once, I just kind of copy and paste the system into all of these. Alright, so yes, we're going to have a trash can with an arrow. I'm going to have to set up a new window that pops out. I'm probably going to need like a check mark and an X mark because I think that's a pretty universal, like, actually, do you even need a check mark or an X mark? Because if it's an X mark, what does clicking on the X mark do? Just close the window again? I guess it closes the window again. I guess that makes sense. Otherwise, or you can just press back and it goes back. The X mark's just another thing to show, like, are you sure you want to delete this? I can even do like a little bit of text that says that. I don't know if I need that. I think anybody can see a trash can and say, yeah, that's to delete the save. And the check mark and an X mark, I think that's pretty universally accepted that, okay, you want to delete it? Yes or no? Okay, I figured that out. But still, what goes in the new save? Alright, percentage amount. Probably going to go like where the save part is. And then, do I put the score on here? I could put the score on here. I haven't figured out any of the details for scoring, but I feel like the score would go in here. I kind of want to add a scoring system. And then it needs to say like a name. Save 1, save 2, save 3. But the name isn't really something to save. Really, I just need to know what the percentage is and what the score is. Everything else is something that I'll create later, here in a bit. Okay, I think that I kind of understand. The other thing I was thinking is like, am I gonna have a picture? Usually you would have like a little picture, but I don't feel like that's necessary. Just having some words. The only like pictures I need is trash can, arrow, and honestly I've got an arrow that I can use. I need a trash can and a check and an X. And actually I could use, I might be able to have a check and the X in the font. Let me look at that real quick. I don't know if this font includes stuff like that. Got some symbols. I don't think a check is one of them. No. Like I've got an X. I don't know where the X is in this phrase. There it is. I got an X there. If I had a check mark, it would be great. That's a shit. I'll just have to draw one. I mean, I got a lot of stuff to draw. I forgot to mention, but when I was making my banners, when I was making my, well, never mind. When I was trying to sleep, I just like, I've been keeping a notebook next to my bed. I found that it helps me like fall asleep if I can, anything I'm thinking about, if I just get up, turn on a light, and write down all the things I'm thinking in my notebook. It'll help me like stop thinking about it and go to fuck sleep. So it's when I have most of my like creative ideas. But I thought of all the different like banner stuff that I can add to the plane and get rid of the ones that I didn't like. And I thought of some pretty good ones. Most of them are just references to Nintendo games, which I think are more fitting. So I do want to add that stuff. So when I add that stuff, I can make these icons I need. I can also make the new icons. Let's draw all of it. Let's write all this down. close this one. We need that one. Alright, let me write all this crap down. Doing saving and loading. Alright, after this. Actually, I started doing saving and loading before I finished the options UI because I needed to know what options I have so that I can do it, right? So honestly, just kind of the order of things. After I do saving and loading, I'm going to draw. What do we need? We need trash can, check, X, banners. Was there anything else I wanted to draw? I think that was it. I can't think of anything. Alright, I'm gonna draw that stuff after I finish this. My to-do list keeps growing faster and I can get rid of it. That's usually how it goes. Alright. All that was just so that I can figure out what the hell I was doing down here. Okay, so we kind of figure out what we need here. So yeah, I need to know whether a save exists or not. And then I need to know save slot 1 percentage. And score. Okay. This is something that needs to be saved in the app. Also, I need this stuff in here. Copy. Paste. copy. Fuck. Fuck. Two, three, 2, 3. Okay. And I gotta remember, I gotta set up something to where if our save file doesn't exist anymore, I gotta make sure I check that in here or in the load part. We'll do that. Okay, but I gotta add this to the load part as well. So let's do that. Start down here, I guess. So by default, no saves exist. Two, three, 2, 3, 2, 3. Alright, technically, the percentage is 0, 0, 0, score 0. Cool. That part, add it up here. I'm getting tired. I don't want to like stop in the middle of this though, because my mind will race if I don't come to a closing point. Alright, this save plot 1 exists equals default here was false. Technically, no, false is -1, I think. Or it might be 0. I always think false is. I don't know. Oh. Oh yeah, getting real tired. What happened here? Cool. That's all that. All right, at this point, I know I'm checking to see okay, yeah, I have to do like a recheck to see if the save actually exists. I gotta think of how to do that. And then if it doesn't exist, I gotta set things back to default as part of this script. How do I check for saves? Okay, it's like I do up here. So, if file exists. I don't remember what I called it. Called saves. So yeah, if saves exist, but I want to know if save does not exist. Or the easiest way to do that. Can I do not exist? Yes. I don't know if that'll work. I mean, I could just do this. Else. That is one way to do it, but kind of silly. I might be able to go like this. Honestly, I don't even know why this is in parentheses. It doesn't seem necessary. Because I have no way to confirm if this is working, but I know that this will work. Okay, so if saves does not exist, so basically what this is checking is, this is the stuff it's loading for my options, but The options can exist, but the save could be deleted because something happened to it. And if the save doesn't exist anymore, all this stuff doesn't really matter. It's like you're not going to be able to load the game. So I need to reset all this stuff if anything happens to the save folder, so that we don't get errors. So yeah, if save doesn't exist, then none of the save slots will exist, right? So they all have to be set to default values. I can just here copy. Variable is with an A. I thought it was. I think it is. It just looks right. And that's what I did naturally. So. I think that'll work. I think so. I'm pretty sure I'm right here. Something I gotta remember to add to Gazoo. Though Gazoo didn't have multiple saves. But I guess it's technically possible that you could still have the options, but not have the saves because it got deleted. I mean, some people will go through folders and think that that's how you want to delete a save, and then it'll cause a game crash because it thinks that there should be a save folder, but there isn't. This will ensure that if there isn't a save folder, everything gets set back to normal. And of course, if there isn't an options, it already sets back to normal here, right? So, I'm pretty sure I'm right with this. I'm gonna trust it. That's everything right. I wonder if this needs to be in here. This is the one thing I'm not sure about. This is one that's kind of like cross. Now that I think about it, it doesn't have to be here. Technically, you do the save data stuff in the saves itself. Stack it onto the end. It's just it has to be loaded so that I know what to put on the title. Actually, I think I do remove this from here, and I put it in each of the saves individually. Yeah, okay, I'm sure about that. So let's copy this, delete it. Technically, we don't ever save that as part of the options save. We save that stuff in the actual save, but we do, yeah, load it. I'm right. Okay. But I gotta remember at the bottom of wherever the hell this goes for this stuff. Only the save slot needed is the one, but I have them all in here. But the idea is everything that I do for save 1 when I get it figured out, because I still haven't done that. But yeah, everything I do for save 1, once I have it, I'll cut the part at the end here, and I'll make a script for each different save slot, basically. I'll do the same thing for loading. Honestly, I should just get rid of the other two then. Alright, we're gonna do that anyway. Because I already know that I would just increase this number to the next one. I'm gonna end up doing that for everything. Yeah, this is real confusing. So when I load the game the first time, all this stuff will be loaded. It's all going to be set to like false, zeros. When I start a new game, I'm going to set in slot 1. I'm going to set slot 1 equals true now. The percentage will still be 0. The score will still be 0. You'll have your intro, and once the intro completes, the score will change to, it'll be like, every time one of those things completes, I'll put slot percentage increases by 1. I have to figure out what slot I'm actually in so that I know which one to increase. Something I didn't think about. I also need to know what slot I'm in so I know which slot to save. Okay, let's think about that. How am I gonna track that? Honestly, that's just like a local variable. Alright, that's one of these ones in initializer. Yeah, it's not one of these kind of variables. Something in here. Which I haven't really set these up yet either. Oh, that's right, I had it in my text document, which I haven't been updating. Functional global. Okay. Okay, so what's the best way to do this? My brain is getting fried. I just need like something global save slot equals 1. Okay, so yeah, I need a global for save slot. So once you start the game, I figure out what slot of the game you're in, and I'll set it to like 1, 2, or 3. And that way I can see if save slot equals 1, then update all the 1 stuff. If save slot equals 2, update all the 2 stuff. I think that's how I gotta do it. But I do need I need a like something that I can track that stuff when you start the game. And that way I know where to save and where to pull information from based on which slot we're actually in. Okay, so that's a functional global. I don't think I have to do anything else with that. Technically, this stuff, part of the save game, it's a status global. Okay. That should future-proof that problem. Just kind of feel like I don't know if that's the best way to go about this, because I'm gonna have to do something like every time I trigger a progression trigger, I've got to run a script to like find out what save slot you're in, and then to update the percentage depending on which save slot you're in. I guess that's not too hard. I just say like if save slot equals 1, then global save slot 1 percentage plus equals 2. You gain 2% because you completed, you know, I set that progression point to true. As long as I remember to do that every time I update a progression point, then the percentage will upgrade, and then once I go to save, it'll save that percentage. And, well, score is easy to do. Oh yeah, but how do I track the score? I haven't even put that in. Like, I don't even have to... I'm tracking the percentage, but you don't actually see what the percentage is in-game, right? You only see that on the title screen. Score you see in-game. So, I do need to track the score. So I need to translate it from, like, the saved score to what the actual score is. So I need a functional global for that. So, global score equals 0. Gotta add that one. The way I can track score and plus and minus it based on what happens in the game. Have I even made a note to do scoring? I guess when I do mouse controls and gamepad scrolls, I can implement scores. I need to implement progression at some point. Where's that going to be? I got to implement progression. I mean, I can implement it at any point, really. I just got to go through them one by one and find the places it goes. But I really do need to do like all the cutscene stuff before I can implement it. So I got to do the dock UI. What does this one even mean? Icon sequence global. Did I do this one yesterday and I've already forgotten what it is? Okay, yeah, I think icon sequence globals is all this stuff that I have over here, this item. Was that what I meant? I think that's what I meant. No, I think icon sequence is for the minigame stuff. To figure out where they show up. I don't remember what it is, so I'm going to get rid of it. Fuck it. Alright, so I need to implement progression. Once I do the dock UI, I'll just go through, check them off one by one, so they're all done. Mic still works, good. What a very non-eventful day, but I think I'm getting it figured out. Trying not to screw myself It's like all this is trying to set myself up for the future and not have to make a fuckload of, I keep cussing, not make a bunch of changes. I'm tired. I need to quit. I think I'm kind of at a quitting point here. Like all the save option stuff and load options is done. I would like to, I think I'm gonna go through the initialize stuff real quick. Let me do it. Because now that we are loading our options, we don't need to run a lot of this stuff. But I also need to go through and edit this stuff too in the game, because if I just remove it, it's gonna break everything. So I really need to write down everything I need to fix for removing stuff. At least anything that I've changed the name of. Nah, this is like a whole day project just running through this initialize stuff. I'm gonna go through, I gotta use like Control-Shift-F to find each of these and change them to the new thing. So I open up load options. How many windows do I have open? Save game slot. That was it. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna go through all these and replace them with what it needs to be from these, this new and improved list. And basically I'm gonna gut this out to where it's only functional stuff, and everything, all the code that I've already written, yeah, I've got to go through and like change what needs to be changed. Luckily a lot of it is still the same, but things like, I changed a couple of like the key stuff, and I got to change that stuff when I go find it. So that's something I got to write down. So actually when I do mouse controls and gamepad controls, I'm gonna be doing globals anyways. I might as well do all that right here. Oh my god. What? I mean, I'm gonna be finding all my gamepad controls anyway. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna change what I've got, and I'll do that later. I'll just update what I've got. So I need to change all this stuff for what the new thing is in my code. I don't think I ever used pause. I definitely didn't use this one, quick direct. I'm gonna have to do something with pausing soon. What did I do with pausing? Right? I did set up some sort of pausing. Right? I'm pretty sure I did. Damn, I don't even remember. I remember messing with it, but I think I ended up abandoning it. Well, I know I can do Control F global dot pause. Find all. There's 0. Oh, that's Gobla pause. See the wrong one. There we go. There are a couple. Okay, so the ship has a pause. Where is it at? Ship. Press P. Oh yeah, P is the pause button. I set. If not global pause equals true. Audio pause all. Instance deactivate all. Okay, so this is one way of pausing, but I don't think it's going to work out because I need my pause to open a menu. And I don't think this will allow me to open a menu. I'll have to look at it later. Animation test. Loot. Oh, and the player has a pause as well. So I think I set up a pause, but it's not like the best kind of pause. It just deactivates everything, turns off audio. Okay, well I am using it though. I'll figure that out later when I do actual pausing. Alright, I'm stopping here. Most of today was just figuring things out. I don't know. This is a weird one. This is the kind of thing I've been doing. I mean, this is what menus is like. You gotta figure out everything that you're gonna do and implement it. Alright, I'm done. Later.